Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm Maggie Lake, filling in for Anthony. Joining me today, Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart, Senior Macro Strategist Craig Shapiro, and Senior Market Strategist Jim Cagnina. Hey, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, Maggie.
It is Thursday. Looks like it's setting up to be a little bit of a tough day for tech stocks. We've got a negative tone overnight for the NASDAQ, led largely by Broadcom. S&P also lower. Dow looks like it's bucking the trend, though. Looks like that's in positive territory for now. We'll have to see what happens when we open. And, of course, focus again on some news developing with regard to Iran. But Shai, bring us up to date. What are you watching in the headlines?
All right. So Iran says there's no progress in the U.S. as Lebanon sees more clashes. So the U.S. announced, Washington announced that there was an interim ceasefire deal in Lebanon that does not seem to be holding, not anything that we haven't seen before. And Iranian foreign minister said that there is no tangible progress has been achieved in negotiations with the U.S. So there you have it on that. That's all on the front. Quiet other than that on the geopolitical front. Obviously, you mentioned Broadcom. Stocks fell after a disappointing outlook from Broadcom. Triggered doubts in the blistering rally of tech shares had gone too far. So we have obviously NASDAQ and S&P are down this morning. Broadcom, which added like $150 billion in market value just this week before the earnings, slumped 13% in U.S. pre-markets, down a little bit more than that. The downturn did extend to other corners of the tech trade, with cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike dropping 11% even after raising its revenue forecast. The sector also filled losses in Asia. We had the South Korea's Kospi index fell 1.8%. The losers there were SoftBank, TMC, Samsung, and SK Hynix. Trifigura is out, another one out this morning, saying that energy markets are at a critical juncture. High inventories, releases from strategic reserves, and demand destruction across Asia and Africa have bought the market time, but it's not a solution. Those buffers are now largely spent, and we are at a critical juncture. Just what I've been saying, but here we go. We have another group out saying that. We did have TSMC come out and say that chip supply won't meet AI demand for years. They said that global chip supply will fall short of AI-fueled demand for years to come, suggesting that production capacity remains a key bottleneck in the build-out of global computing infrastructure. And they said TSMC won't be able to fulfill demand led by American customers, even as more manufacturing capacity comes online in the U.S. So kind of another wobble in the AI story there. We had issues in private credit. Now we have issues in private equity. The Partners Group, which is an alternative asset manager, is limiting withdrawals at its evergreen $8.6 billion global value fund to 5% of net asset value per quarter after withdrawal requests surged to an estimated 9.8% in the second quarter. And they said they are ready to gate other evergreen funds amid rising pressures from investors to access liquidity. So it's something to keep an eye on. In kind of some funny news, in SpaceX mania, there seems to be a rivalry between Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley, who are both on the IPO. But Goldman Sachs, I guess, had locked in top billing for the SpaceX IPO, and Morgan Stanley got mad about that, dashed off a note to clients and said it was actually a co-lead on the deal, noting their listing is in alphabetical order. Soon after, silver rockets on Black pedestals resembling SpaceX Starship appeared in Goldman's lobby, displaying the marker that says lead left bookrunner on the company's IPO. So now we've got banks clamoring for who's the lead on this IPO. And then in agriculture news, we have a deadly cattle parasite, the screwworm, was confirmed in the U.S. for the first time in nearly a decade, posing a threat to the latest posing the latest threat to the U.S. herd, which is already at its lowest levels in 75 years. And in fact, for past 5 years or so, we've had to, its prevalence in Mexico, or it's been, so we've had to close our border between them for on and off for a couple of years now. I guess it's finally showed up in the U.S. Not good news for the cattle industry by any stretch of the imagination. And then for data today at 8:30, we have initial jobless claims, continuing claims, non-farm productivity, and unit labor costs, and then pretty quiet for the rest of the day.
All right. God, that screwworm story is just, it just feels like, and I said to Jim, like end of days, another thing we have to contend with. Forget about those state dinners, I assume, right, Shai? I mean, if it's going to compromise herds, I would imagine it's going to put upward pressure on beef prices.
Eat more chicken.
Absolutely.
Eat more chicken. This is
Eat
a
more
Chick-fil-A
chicken.
dream. Maybe they're behind it. No, I'm just kidding. We can see the billboards now. Yeah, gosh. All right. Well, at least it's not a human virus we're worried about, I suppose, unless it jumps. But there's a lot. Yeah, the overnight tech action it was sort of interesting. A couple of the people, hi chat, in the chat saying they, closed out some of their shorts if they were involved in certain names and sort of live to fight another day, which is smart. But Craig, does this feel like it's just profit taking in these runaway names, or could this be the start of something more serious?
I mean, we'll see. I mean, it's probably too early to tell, but for sure, when a company has blowout numbers, beats and raises expectations, really knocks the cover off the ball, and the stock gets crushed on earnings, you have to think about, what's going on, right? And what's going on is that positioning is extremely long. We've been talking about it for quite some time. The call premiums and the call buying and the FOMO into the tech trade has been enormous. It's been going on for weeks now. And so, we're here, right? We get a big company reporting and, maybe a little bit less than expectations, although it's hard to really, hard to really see it. And the stock's down 15%. And that kind of triggers a lot of that anxiety, a lot of that uncertainty about whether or not this is the end. We'll see. Clearly too early to tell, but positioning is loaded one direction. And so what you're seeing today is the unwind of that positioning, or at least the beginning of it. And so it's an alpha unwind day for sure. NASDAQ underperforming, semis really underperforming. The Dow is up because there's no, there's very limited AI exposure in the Dow trade. And so you're seeing that kind of dynamic play out here. The Russell outperforming as well, although, there is definitely some big tech exposure in there too. So we'll see if that outperformance, how long that lasts. But you're seeing the euro up, you're seeing gold outperform, right? You're seeing unwind of trades that haven't been working back into things, that may start to work now too. So could be a very crucial day. And given the leverage ETF flows, we're going to see a lot of accelerated selling into the close here today, I suspect as well. Broadcom itself has double and triple levered ETFs attached to it. Semis have that. All the big cap names have it. So expect to see a wild day with a lot of volume today. And then tomorrow we have the non-farm payroll report, which, is going to be very interesting. This morning, Challenger, layoff numbers were the highest we've seen for the month of May in quite some time. So, and the biggest reason for those layoffs, AI labor displacement. The tech sector was the biggest, subcomponent of that. So interesting narratives developing today, but for sure, Broadcom top of mind, and expect to see that unwind, persist throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, no, all great points. Jim, I'm wondering what you're seeing in terms of price action, because, as you say, Craig, that setup is there, but
Yeah.
And Pharm, I think Pharm has mentioned this multiple times, but made a great point again yesterday, right at the end of his tape talk, and that is that things turn not because people sell aggressively, but there's that absence of buyers, right? You just don't have people coming in. So
Yeah.
what's the chart look like, Jim? Because we've kind of gotten this scare before, and we just see
Yeah.
people come in, that sort of sell fades, and we see
Yeah.
buyers step in on the dip again. What's the chart
Yeah, I
looking
mean,
like?
yesterday during the last hour, that Globex closed for the Nasdaq. I mean, Nasdaq face planted, boom, everyone was liquidating positions, and then when the London bell rang again overnight, guess what? Sellers jumped on the bandwagon again. So it was, and that was not a surprise. When you see that last hour of trade do what it did, just a complete sell-off, which was a kind of a surprise actually, then you expect it the next morning, and we got it big time this morning so far going into today's bell. So that's looking pretty good. I mean, technically, and I'll cover this in the edge report, but we have a possibility of closing below the 8 EMA on a daily chart, which we have not done for at least 2 weeks. So that could be a good suggestion that there might be more downside here, just from a technical point of view, in the Nasdaq. We've already seen it in the Bitcoin. The Bitcoin is really, really in trouble. I'll cover that as well. But there are more lows to come, in my humble opinion, in the Bitcoin as well.
Yeah, Shai, you and Jim were swapping notes about the horrible looking situation in the Bitcoin. I'm assuming that you are you share Jim's view on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been saying, for quite some time now that it was flagging and the flag broke. So we got a little bit more to go if it, plays out technically.
Look out below. I saw someone write, this is, Craig, we talked about this yesterday with just the momentum. And I don't know if you all saw it, but there was that sort of one of the posts or memes going around on X yesterday was all these people like in a car racing across a bumpy desert as they fled Bitcoin and rushed to the SpaceX IPO. Like there's just a feeling that that's where all the momentum was going, a stampede out of one into the other for folks who were sort of on the momentum play. And I saw someone write something interesting about just tech stocks in general. This morning, he said, I'm not turning bearish stocks in the AI ecosystem because of earnings potential or valuation. It has to do with supply. Just voicing concerns that forget about Bitcoin to SpaceX, but even within technology, that these monster IPOs that are coming are just going to cause selling elsewhere. Basically, like they're going to sort of be at the center of the universe and everything else is going to suffer. Is that something that you all see happening, or that are we going to start to feel that? Because that SpaceX IPO is coming up.
Oh, it's going to
Look,
be
it's
popular for sure.
yeah,
Go ahead, Craig. Sorry.
Yeah, I was sorry. Yeah, look, I was going to say, it's about the flows. We talk about the flows ad nauseum here, and there's different variety of flows that go into the markets. And one of the things we typically talk about is share buybacks as a supportive flow for the market. We don't often talk about the other side of that, which is equity issuance, right? And so what we're having now is fundamental actors in the economy reacting to price. And, that could change the narrative. And so, there's different countries that are reacting to the higher energy price. You're seeing that in various currencies, which are weakened. Dollar yen is pretty weak. Dollar Korea is very weak. Indonesia, energy importing countries have weak currencies. They're reacting to price. Now you have corporates that are reacting to price. First one, Google reacted to price, doing an equity issuance for the first time in quite some time, basically saying our price of our stock is too high. We're going to issue equity here in order to raise capital, in order to help fund our CapEx. And so now you have the supply coming from SpaceX, Anthropic, and OpenAI, plus Google. You're talking about north of $300 billion. It would be collectively the largest month of IPOs ever in the history of markets. Ever is a long time. So, that is the other side of the flows now. And so you now have this, we have arrived at the point when corporates are reacting and equity issuance is coming to counteract all the supportive flows that we talk about, the buybacks, the hedging activity, the window of weakness type dynamics, the zero data expiry, the structured products that are supported, the positive gamma, those are supportive flows. They're now being faced with the negative flows coming from the equity issuance. It's a big deal for sure. And, it's here right now. So, that's another reason to potentially be cautious here on the outlook for the tech trade as companies are now trying to hit the bid and saying now's a good time to raise equity.
Yeah, and if there's only so much oxygen in the room, then money's got to come from other places. To Craig's point, I mean, these are big, big numbers, and we're gonna have to liquidate stuff to get involved here, and it's gonna be all three of these should be super popular, is my guess.
Yeah, there was a moment where everyone was wondering if all three of them could get out in this window, and Anthropic kind of jumped OpenAI. There was a sequence, and it
Yeah.
looks like it switched up. So if the market conditions stay positive, they'll all do really well. But I mean, I think you're probably right. TM TMAC Trading had sort of an interesting comment. There's so much money out there on the sidelines in money markets and expanding margin accounts. No one needs to sell anything to buy something. Enough to mop it up. Do we think that money sitting in money market accounts will be comfortable going into a SpaceX IPO? I don't know.
I mean, we'll see. There is money there, but it's being met by sellers of the stock. So I mean, insiders are selling, and the corporates are selling or raising capital. So we'll see here, and valuations are clearly very very elevated. Right? I think the move by Google was really just a kind of a genius move, really, to announce their equity offering, right ahead of these other companies, literally right ahead of the Broadcom, earnings. Kind of a tactical, masterstroke there to get their deal done at a great price for them, kind of ahead of these three IPOs. And now everyone has to kind of think about, okay, well, is there going to be enough? Right now we're asking these questions. 3 weeks ago, no one really was asking these questions. Now we're asking these questions. Where's the money going to come from? Is there enough? Is the story damaged because of the Broadcom news? We'll see the narrative starting to shift. And then you get to the headlines about token usage starting to slide. Different companies are capping their budgets, whether it's Uber or Microsoft or other names that are saying, we've kind of blown through our AI token budget for the year. We're going to slow things down. We haven't seen their productivity. There actually were some comments from Sam Altman, I think, earlier in the week too, talking about some of our customers are having trouble paying up for our the tokens right now. So there are some chinks in the story here, on the armor here of the story, and that just makes people kind of question, when you have the valuations where they are, what to do. So.
And when you have TSMC come out and basically say we're going to have a chip shortage, meaning no matter if you build out these data centers, if you don't have chips to run them, you've got a problem. So you're not going to be able to do that. And so if we have a chip shortage, that kind of puts another chink in the armor, so to speak.
Yeah.
And last week they started.
Go ahead.
No, just one more thing. Sorry to interrupt. Last week, it's just a reminder. Like, we had Ben Hunt on, and he just talked about earlier just about narratives, right? And how narratives shape, investment momentum. And so, for several weeks in a row, the narrative was impervious to any of these headlines. And now we've arrived at a point where the narrative starts to shift, and you start to now look under the hood and see, well, all these other little things that actually have been going on that markets have not been focused on. Now they start to potentially focus on, because you have, catalysts that have arrived. You don't exactly know it's going to be the Broadcom news. It's going to be the Google thing. It's going to be Anthropic. You don't know exactly what the fundamental catalyst is, but you could get into a situation where 1 + 1 + 1 = 100, and the narrative shifts, and we start looking the other way, and then people start to look under the hood and say, well, maybe we could take some chips off the table here. No pun intended.
Yeah. No, I know we love the unconscious puns. By the way, if you missed it, or you were busy trading or half listening, go back and watch that Ben Hunt conversation. It was so good. And these narratives, I know we say, like, be careful of the narrative, make sure, like, let's look at the price action, let's get it all lined up. The narratives are so powerful, and they become self-fulfilling in a way sometimes because of the environment we're in right now, which I think he really explained. And I just had this conversation with someone yesterday who's kind of railing against the narrative he thinks is untrue. They become very strong and a power onto themselves. So I thought he had such a great sort of high-level conversation with you all about that. So go ahead and rewatch that if you didn't get a chance to. Shai, I wanted to ask you on this issue of shortages that you just mentioned. You had flagged this early, and then, we've been caught up in the day-to-day headlines and worries about, I think, energy, because obviously it's hitting the real economies in Asia. Helium, an important component of chips, I think that was caught up in some of the supply chain issues, with the Strait, which is still closed. Are we going to see that rear back up, or have people found a workaround that? I feel like it kind of fell out of the headlines a little bit.
Yeah, it did. I mean, it's still obviously an issue. There's still an issue with fertilizer. I mean, all the problems that we've been talking about that are caught up in the supply chain issues in the Strait of Hormuz, nothing has been fixed, right? It's just been swept under the rug because we have these big IPOs coming out and the tech trade's been massive. And this has been going on for 3 months now. So people have largely forgot it. If it's not in the news, it doesn't, people tend to forget that this is happening. But these are still real issues that are persisting and that will show up. I keep saying this is going to show up later, not right now, but later, again, because the U.S. has been fairly insulated from a lot of the supply chain issues. But it will eventually hit us. So we will see this, and I don't think the inflation story is gone. I think we could see much higher inflation. I think this summer is going to be very difficult. And I think we will see higher energy prices. We'll see higher gasoline prices because now what is, diesel and jet fuel kind of were the main focuses because we had a shortage globally before this even, the Hormuz even closed. Those prices escalated and refineries started pumping out those products because that's what they were getting the highest price for. So now we have a gasoline situation, a supply situation going on, and that's coming at right in front of summer. So just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. And anecdotally on that note, I don't know if anyone else has experienced this, but just in the last week, and so the timing, to your point, Shai, is very interesting. Two different, I had to commute in, and there was an announcement that hit my phone as I was on the boat, on the ferry, that there was going to be a fuel surcharge that they were going to start to institute like the next day. Out of nowhere that came. And then another service on shipping was adding an additional fuel surcharge. These are just coming now. So it seemed like they were trying to wait it out, hoping there would be a resolution. And now that there's not, and there's not a timeline for one, they're like, okay, I'm passing this cost along now. I'm no longer, absorbing it myself. I think that's super interesting.
Yeah, and we're seeing retailers say that. We just had Walmart come out and say, we can't absorb these costs anymore. We need to pass this on to the consumer. And so you're going to see other retailers do the same thing. And so again, I keep saying, this hasn't affected us yet. It's coming.
Yeah, we're going to have to watch those inflation numbers really clearly. And it's going to make the employment number really interesting tomorrow as well, if we finally start to see some of those AI-related job losses that Craig mentioned earlier, and tech at the center of it. I think it's that they've announced the most in 2 years. If we start to see that really showing up in force, higher inflation, job losses, great mix for the new Fed chair. The challenges could not be harder. All right, folks, it is that time right now. Time for this morning's Edge Report. So, Jim, take it away.
All right, buckle up. We're going to try to cover a lot of ground today. Here's the NASDAQ daily chart right now. And you can see a couple of red candles right now. We're crossing below that 8 EMA that we talked about earlier today. And that's right at that 23.6% retracement. I drew my fib from that May 19th swing low at 28,663 up to the all-time highs. And that's what that fib measurement is doing. Now, if you continue on down, we do have a 21 EMA there. And that swing low is and this is only May 19th swing low, right? So you could just think about how quickly we kind of moved up right now. So right now there's no major retracement, no one's hair's on fire. This is, it's from a textbook kind of thing. At 38.1%, then I would start to think about it, and guess where that lines up with? 30,000 exactly, give or take a couple dollars. So again, that's another target to the downside from a bigger picture point of view. The RSI really just fell out of bed. Now we are, we're still pretty elevated at 67.47, but we are below that magical 70 line right now. What happened last night, this Globex close, man, we just face planted. Like I said, we just kind of sold off big time at the very, very end of the day, went sideways, a lot of confusion, and then the London bell rang, and forget about it. Sellers just took control of this market, and they have control of this market still as we speak. Now, we do have the swing high here that I have my eye high on right here. That happened approximately 6 o'clock this morning. That's 33.49, but it is above that 20 EMA. A little bit south of VWAP, south of that S1. S1 was not a factor today. S2, you could argue it is a factor because we've been trading through it every single candle for most of the morning. Point of control now is officially pretty low here at 32.45. Targets on the downside, there's not a lot of conventional targets on the downside. We've already hit them all. So there's a lot of empty space down here. So you get all the way down to S3, which is at 29.934. So we'll see if we get a breakout. But we do have some wicks, dangling wicks down here, some icicle wicks down here below that 3,200 level. So buyers are pushing us back up. So there's a decent low right there. We'll see. My guess is the dip buyers are really wanting to try to get involved here, but be careful, man. Anything could happen. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin here. The Bitcoin is still in jeopardy. I mean, we've seen a pretty significant sell-off here on the Bitcoin. Let me open up this daily candle a little bit more. And you can look at the moving averages. They're sloping down aggressively. We have that 21 crossing over the 50. We took out that March 30th, 2026 low of 65.105. Next stop down, February 6th, 2026, 62.05. That is within reach today or tomorrow if this keeps selling off. Now, we have a little bit of a buyer's wick here, but wait till you see the intraday chart. The August 2024 lows ultimately are sitting at 49.795. I am still bearish here. Intraday, well, we had, this is a little bit different, right? We had a nice steady Freddy sell-off. Buyers tried to fight back up here a little bit to previous sessions lows. Previous sessions lows really at this point are the ultimate area of resistance on the upside. S1, forget about it. VWAP touch in play right now. A little bit of a rally going on, but nothing too extraordinary. Point of control is a little bit lower right here, right now. It's 62,500, give or take. Targets to the downside, S3 again, 63.13. Totally could be in play. Let's shoot over to the last market here that we should focus on today, and that is copper. Let's get to the metals, and I'll pull up the copper chart. It's starting to get a mind of its own. It's no longer it's correlated to the equity markets, but not to the extent it was. Right now, we're above that 8 EMA. We're pushing up again. We're seeing all-time highs the last couple of weeks. We do have a target wick at 6.71. That'd be an all-time high right there. Moving averages are sloping up nicely here. I am bullish this market, even though RSI is kind of sideways, so the momentum is a little bit muted, but still, this is looking pretty positive. Intraday right now, we do have some targets here. We have the daily pivot. This is on my radar screen up here at 6.54, and then that 0 DTE call resistance from Mentor Q at 6.58. Above that, we have JAX1 at 6.6 even, and then that one-day max right there by R1. So we have a lot of targets to the upside here in Dr. Copper. I'm bullish. We have a second kind of volume node forming right now for a double distribution with a little bit of a lot of volume weakness right below where my crosshairs is right there at 551.10. If this does turn around, well, we're gonna have to deal with that session VWAP right there. That's going to be a big level. That's pretty close to the Globex close right there, and then below that, previous session's lows. Point of control officially is down here, but I think that's going to shift to the upside. And then finally, that 0 DTE put support is at 6.40. I am bullish in this market. We'll see how it goes. That's this morning's Edge Report. Let's go back to the panel.
Fantastic. At least something's working. Great stuff, Jim. So we've got weekly jobless claims coming up. Shai's going to give us a number. Craig, we didn't really talk about bonds that much this morning. What do you think of what's happening in the action and yields?
Yeah, I mean, I think, we see oil down this morning. Not, I don't think there's much of a catalyst there. We're just kind of waiting to see if there's resolution. Obviously some peace.
There is no resolution.
So there's some ceasefire talks between, the Israel government and the Lebanese government. Maybe that's why oil is down. So you get oil down, you get bonds up. Yep. You're having some unwind in the tech trade, and the dollar, weak. So that's leading to some rotation into bonds too. So I don't really think there's much much out of this, the noise. I think we're, just kind of sitting around waiting now for markets to open. How is the tech trade going to react today? And we'll see. And obviously we'll be waiting for, for headlines potentially from the president throughout the day about, any momentum on the Iran stuff. But as far as the employment stuff, we talk about the claims every week, and they're never really, something to really focus too much on. But yesterday we had the ISM services employment component come in below 50 for the third month in a row, We had the JOLTS numbers, which the openings were strong, but the hirings were weak. Employment for the manufacturing ISM is below 50, I think, for 30 months in a row. ADP earlier in the week was okay at 105,000. I think the expectations for tomorrow are about 85,000 for non-farm payroll. But if we get an outsized print, and really in either direction, I think that's something that bonds will wake up to. A very poor print, a weak hiring environment, we're going to see a pretty good rally, certainly in the front end here, and likely throughout the curve. And if we get a big strength in the labor market, it's really going to push out the dynamics of the Fed easing cycle.
Jobless claims came in at 225,000, slightly higher than the survey at 215, but we're still in that two handle. And continuing claims, 1.777 million, a little bit less than prior.
I'm assuming not a whole lot of market reaction, Jim.
No, I mean, bonds ticked up a couple ticks. The equity markets kind of stayed steady. But the good news is, if you could just figure out where Scott Bessent does his grocery shopping, there's no inflation there.
Yeah, let's all go there. My guess is Trader Joe's, but who knows? All right, everybody. Thank you so much, panel. Jim and Craig, we'll see you in the chat. Appreciate it.
Maggie.
Thanks.
All right, let's take a look at the rest of the lineup for the day. Joining us in just a moment is Remi Tetot. Pharm is here with Tape Talk, so drop any questions you have in the chat for him. Trade the Open is with Merritt, Black, and Chris. Midday Markets will be with Stowe and Nick for a tick. And you're going to want to set a reminder for 1:30. Samantha Leduc will join Craig for the macro trade. They're going to go over everything you need to know. And Trade the Close is with XY, Salma, and Nick for a tick. Great stuff. All right, let's bring in our guest, Remi Tetot, founder of the Citadel Research. Hello, Remi. How are you? Thanks for joining us today.
Maggie, how are you doing? Nice to meet you.
Yeah, same here. It's good to see you. So we've just been talking, I'm sure you heard some of it, about it looks like sort of tech rolling over a bit, maybe some profit taking and a little exhaustion in semis, but you're pretty bullish about the sort of whole area around the build out of AI. Talk to us about what you see and how it fits in with sort of the shorter term price action we're seeing.
Yes. So to summarize it, to make it very simple, I think right now we're in a compute race, obviously. So compute demand is gonna grow. Therefore, energy demand is going to grow related to it. If we keep it simple like that, this is happening now. I think the exhaustion we're seeing it's normal. It's kind of consolidating after the rally we had in the first 6 months. Nothing yet to be worried about. I think there is, like, to my surprise, there is more upside to semiconductors, I think. And it's, when you look purely at the chart, it's almost like the old me would never say that. It's like it's so extended, but in the end, there is still that that AI race, compute race, technology race happening now. It's expensive. We see it, but whoever is out of this race they're gonna pay the price later. And I think that's what's happening now. Now, don't get me wrong, that's still going to end up in a bloodbath at some point. We're still going to have a massive crash. But right now, I really don't see it. I think we're still good. The underlying part of that rally, for me, is still there.
Mm.
And then why do you think that energy names have been lagging, particularly, if we look at nuclear, that's pulled back some, but we still have this AI race, and how are we going to power all this? Why do you think we've had kind of those energy names, particularly in the nuclear sector, kind of lagging?
Yeah, the nuclear, I mean, yes. The nuclear was brought back to life like 2-3 years ago as the solution, better solution than all the other energy, clean energy. Now, the problem with the nuclear is that it takes more time to develop, to grow, etc., to open plants. It's more restrained. Now, when you look at energy, what I'm looking at the moment is solar. I like solar because it can. I think the sector is mature now. It's a lot cheaper. The technology is getting better. And if you look at the solar ETF, it's been ramping quite hard. So if you were talking about narrative before, if the energy narrative is something that it's only a narrative, then the solar is the best position for it. People are not going to necessarily trade only existing. The alpha is not going to be necessarily in the existing big names. And yeah, that's. I'm focusing on that energy story. Personally, I'm focusing on the solar right now, and I think it's why you're not seeing yet the growth in all the energy in all the grids. Although we've seen some, the grid builders is because we haven't reached yet the limits. So right now it's only a narrative, obviously.
Yeah, Remi, are you? So you have some of the great research you've tweeted out is picks and shovels, I think, or picks and axes. So are you most concentrated on the energy and sort of chip side of things? How do you feel about the big names themselves? We've got some IPOs coming, right? SpaceX, but Anthropic, OpenAI. Are you less bullish on sort of the AI names, the large language models, the hyperscalers themselves, and you prefer the sort of materials needed to fuel that AI race, or do you like all of it?
No, I like, obviously you have to. I like all of them, but considering the valuation that are going to come up for those IPOs, I think a lot of people are. I wouldn't buy that IPO. Let's say none of them. They're way too high. Market is going to have to settle a bit. Now, I'm also saying that those 3 IPOs at the third one, this is basically going to be the top of the market. They're gonna, and right now we see. I think we see it in Bitcoin. Bitcoin is struggling right now. Is bleeding liquidity, and that's why I'm guessing a lot of people are getting that used to own Bitcoin are getting ready for those IPOs. That's one thing. The other thing is we've seen some big outflows last week. I think 1 billion in a day, 1.3 on another one. To me, those are institutional positioning for the Clarity Act to fail. So that's the part very few people are talking about. But the reality is, if it fails, that narrative of Bitcoin is adopted is gone until the next presidential cycle. That will not go through. And they have literally 6 weeks to make it go through or 8 weeks before the end of July. Because after that, before the midterm, it's all going to go on lockdown. Nothing is going to go through. So there's a mix of all of that at the moment. And then I'm kind of navigating Bitcoin, AI, tech this way. Basically, that's my framework.
Are we worried that there might be, because it kind of seems like we're heading towards a stagflationary environment. Are we worried that this is going to hit growth, thus other parts of the market?
Yeah, your point about inflation actually was right. So right now, inflation, we see it growing up in the last print faster than any time. Okay, that's the result of the supply chains being under pressure. We know it. Now, the inflation, usually when there is a pressure on the supply chain, it shows up on the inflation headline 2 months later. So right now we're at the middle of the growth. So the headline is it's going to keep going up at least for 2 more months. That's a given. And if the Strait, basically they have to reach their deal and reopen the Strait right now, or by the end of the summer, hope it's going to go back down. If they don't, the longer they last, the longer it's going to keep going now at this stage. And it's purely based on the flow of how the inflation flows through the commodity prices, et cetera, et cetera. And so right now, the price, as you said, the price in the summer at the pump is going to be higher because that was the price that they bought the oil a month ago. So we're going to see that inflation ramping up. I have that on, I just wrote about that. And that's going to, I think that's gonna confuse market a little bit. Now, I still have, for me, the next 2-3 months, they're gonna be we're gonna plateau basically. We're gonna stay in a range. I don't think we rally much harder. As I said, the first 6 months of the year, they've been quite complicated already. Yeah, let's see how these play out. But I'm in line with everything you explained about inflation before. I think you're absolutely right. We haven't seen it all yet.
Yeah, we're living in complicated times, right? I think we keep wanting a break and things to get a little bit more clear, and they don't seem to. So there was just a great piece out online about the fact that China's imports have been down, and if not, oil might be a lot higher than it is now. What does that mean for bond rates? Because if inflation's higher and that pushes up yields, especially U.S. yields, that's traditionally not been great for tech stocks or equities at all. So how does that sort of fit into your overall bullish posture on tech?
Well, I think the rate, if the rate remains inflation remains in the, I have it in my model to go around 450 by the summer. If we stay there, we find the Fed is not going to move in the next 2 meetings. They're not going to do anything. They're going to have to wait. They have to wait to see how the Strait of Hormuz disruption is absorbed, and even then, they need a resolution first to really do a move. They can't move without it. So there, I don't think nothing is going to happen there. And the bond, as long as we stay in the range where we are now, which has been 350, 450, it doesn't worry me. As I said, this is consolidating for me. I can see end of year rally. Obviously, I'm observing everything extremely tight on the Fed side now to see how they're going to behave, what they're going to do. But last time I went on this show, which was like maybe 5 months ago, we talked about that, Tracy, where at the time we didn't know who the Fed chairman was, and we agreed that what they think they're going to do and what they're actually going to be able to do is going to be two different things. And now we have the new Fed, and we're exactly there. Trump wanted a big cut. He wanted this, he wanted that. Now the reality is very different, and they don't have a choice than wait. I think any move in any way will be highly precipitated right now. So the best thing they can do, and the Fed always tend to do that over the summer, is wait. So then, therefore, we're back to September. And that's why, for me, the summer is going to be flattish, more or less.
Do you think, the markets are pricing in almost 85% chance of a hike in December, and now trying to factor in maybe possibly something in September. Do you think the Fed will be forced to hike? Or, that would not be comfortable for the administration.
No, well, if the Strait of Hormuz doesn't open, that's the most likely outcome, I think. If the supply chain is not resolved and all the tension removed from oil to fertilizer to anything that goes through there and everything that is impacted by it, definitely they're going to have to hike. Now, and that, I think there is, if we go above 4.5 in inflation, this is where they're going to lose control of it. So, and it's down to it's down to that. For me, it's quite simple. It's down to the supply chain resolving or not. We've seen it before. We've seen it in COVID. If it doesn't resolve fast enough, then inflation is going through the system. That's the way it plays out.
Yeah, it's such a different environment than when Trump first came to office. And you just mentioned the Clarity Act. It's off the radar. There's so much other stuff that's sort of taking up the oxygen. Just sort of quickly, if that doesn't go through, do you see a downside for Bitcoin? What do you think happens?
Below 30,000.
30,000?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I have my model on all of that. That's where it's going. And right now, Bitcoin is suffering because of a few things. This is still a product, an investment product without returns. Now they're competing. The liquidity is competing versus AI, which has crazy P ratios, etc. But there is still a possible outcome where in time it can generate returns. So yeah, there is that thing that is affecting Bitcoin, I think. Now, the other problem that very few people talk about is Bitcoin value in is in his network and Bitcoin moving around. The more Bitcoin move around, the more fiat generated, and ETFs have been literally sucking that value and that velocity. And right now, I posted a few charts this morning about it. Right now, it's obvious now that ETF were not such a good for that part of the value of the network were not such a great idea. So here it's going to be, how do you compete with AI that is more efficient in terms of investment right now, more appealing? Forget about Bitcoin. The narrative, the story is like, is it efficient to put your money there? Right now against AI, it's not.
Yeah, that's really fascinating stuff. We'll post and tag you on X. You can go check out those reports on the network and the price and the different story they're telling. That was the tweet. It's really, really good stuff. Remi, we're out of time, but thank you so much for being with us. What a fascinating conversation.
Indeed. Thank
Thank
you very
you.
much for having me. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Wow, the Jim's gonna have to
30K.
put another line on the Bitcoin chart if that's, but makes perfect sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And it always seems like once those ETFs come along, they sort of dampen the product, the asset that, that it's against. So really interesting stuff from Remi for sure.
Yeah, and that was the big conversation at the time for people in that space, right? I don't know if this institutional presence is a good thing, and now we're seeing it play out. But it's a long story, and it's going to be full of twists and turns, and we're just in that chapter, as Remi pointed out. But fantastic stuff, right, Shai? Thank you so much. We'll see you in the chat.
All right, thank you.
Okay, it's time for Pharm and Tape Talk. Good morning, Pharm. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well. Boy, when he said 30,000 on Bitcoin, my desk lifted off the ground about 2 feet in the air. I had to adjust my camera, scramble real quick before we got on.
I know.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I think we're going to start to have these conversations. When I've been asking people about, their downside targets or where they see support, it feels a long way when they've been going down to sort of in the 60s, now 50. But when you really pull the lens out and look at it, what I hear? People want to say those levels, but then they don't want the sort of swarm of people attack them on X for saying that. And so they tend to kind of keep it in their pocket. But, super interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm seeing some light support on it at 0, and then a little bit more firm support at negative 69,420 on the Bitcoin. I'm joking. But yeah, it's interesting to see it continue to flounder. The story on that has changed so much, right? I mean, like it was, this was like for us, right? Not for them.
Yeah.
And now all these other hands in it.
And
Governments
also
and
remember the
everything.
administration, this was the crypto White House, and there was so much enthusiasm about the change of the tone in Washington. And now all we talk about is the war with Iran and inflation and all these other things that have sort of, sucked up all the energy. So you have that, you have AI competing. Did you see, I don't know if you saw on X that I mentioned it before, there's sort of like a meme with all these little, I don't know what kind of car it is, like the little European older cars, just swarm of them moving across the desert out of Bitcoin into the IPOs, and just the sort of narrative everywhere seems to have fallen apart on it. So super interesting stuff. But we also have tech under pressure and the Dow up as we wait for the cash market to open. What are you watching? Did you get your selling for NQ? Did you hit those levels that you were looking at?
Yeah, I mean, both NQ and ES hit kind of a major target for me, which was just a basic upside extension off that prior 2-week range that we hit, which to me, doesn't mean you're automatically selling it. But it's a good place for it to pause, and it, magically paused really where it should have and put in a decent high yesterday. Have been feeling bearish, as you know, and there had been nothing bearish in price. And fortunately, before I start, The entire chat is such avid watchers of this show. They watched the Sunday night show. They've actually played it as they've gone to sleep in their earbuds, to the point that they have been reciting it to their children every night at bedtime by heart, the entire show, to put them to sleep. So fortunately, everybody's prepared for exactly this scenario. As we talked about the potential, and this is actually the air quotes most bearish scenario here today, for the week, right? And air quotes are definitely need to be used because, I mean, there still is no technical damage on an intermediate time frame basis at all. There's possibility this could still just be a huge trap, but the most bearish scenario from the weekly plan for I know there's only one of you maybe that didn't watch the show, was basically to come up and pop last week's high, put in some volume above this 75.69 to 75.72, and then break lower and find acceptance back into this lower range, making a run for last week's low. So to me, that was the most bearish scenario for a couple of reasons. First, you get the failure higher. You start a new month. We talked about this. Sometimes the easiest way to flip a trend is to fail higher first and then come back through range, and then you just can't get the month to flip back green, right? Or in the week, right? In this case, they both kind of happening at the same time. And putting in the volume up there makes it a little bit more likely that sellers could potentially defend some kind of a pop, right? The thing is, though, here we are on a Thursday. We talk about this a lot on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Once the weekly profile begins to mature, you have to sort of envision how could this profile close out for the week, right? And what must happen now after this clean break from this range, and NQ's broadly similar, is that we can't come back in here. We just can't. If you're a bear, you're going to be clenching your cheeks like that night in the prison shower. For sure, you don't want to see that, right? You have to put in volume down here. Ideally, bearish engulf the week, right? Find some kind of traction below 75.15 to 19, which includes last week's RTH low. You just can't have it come back above 69 to 72. And if this thing goes green, and it was nice that, yesterday's close was right there, right? So, I mean, if this thing goes green, like there's a couple of spots where sellers could defend, but I wouldn't. I mean, how do we trust sellers, right? If we see some kind of a scenario like that. So big picture, that's what must happen for sellers to put in any kind of a bearish week, is just to continue to build out volume down here, ideally taking out last week's low, and then defending all pops, ideally in this range between 49 to 52 and 69 to 72, which is the area that I said I felt less comfortable that bulls could defend on ES versus the analogous spot on NQ. So let me do NQ on the 30 real quick. All right, so here was the analogous spot on NQ that I felt like there was a higher chance that bulls could defend this area, again, this low volume node between, call it 110 to 129 and 242 to 269. You're seeing the reactive bid. There's no surprise in that. To me, we still are going to have to get probably back above 448 to 469, but it's really not even in that much technical trouble as long as 242 to 269 broadly holds. We're going to need to see weakness below 110 to 129 for any kind of buyers to really feel some pressure. So it's not as bearish as it looks, really. And of course, I'm King Perma Bear. So, if I'm saying that this reactive bid looks fine for now, and we can see if they can make a run for yesterday's range. Now, flipping back to the 5, we'll go back to ES real quick. Again, this 49 to 52 would be ideal to keep price cap down here. We can put yesterday's low on this chart here. So yesterday's low, 75.62 half. I really think, though, that this 69 to 72 is the key reclaim. And really, yesterday's profile confirmed that. So that was the analysis from the week on Sunday. And really, it's a 69 to 72. You can see it gets in the meat of yesterday's primary distribution. And the spots from there were maybe sellers could defend. I mean, this 86 to 88, I'm maybe not. This 97 to 7,600 would be absolutely critical for sellers to defend. And again, I'm not willing necessarily to just take a short there, assuming they're going to defend that area. The point at which they've reclaimed 69 to 72, I'm kind of hanging up the bear boots for for the day. I mean, we have to understand is that this is objectively bearish below 69 to 72 and especially 49 to 52. But if it doesn't stick, it's pretty bullish if it comes back in range. NQ is again, kind of same idea. There's kind of like no real damage done above 242 to 269. You're finding the reactive bids where we should. It was always going to react, at least initially. So sellers are going to have to defend pops, and you could add something like 369 on NQ was key, and then also 339 to 348 I used early in the week, and this kind of like this LVN from the overnight profile is sitting there. Sellers are going to need to defend somewhere here and drive this through this low and get back below 110 to 129, or like it's just really, again, not very bearish. You can see that last week's high, 536 RTHI was defended at the overnight high. So that's what sellers absolutely had to do. So on that way, both on ES and NQ, you have a failed, a look above and fail of last month, last week, and it's in effect, right? So sellers have their shot here, their window to produce something bearish. But to me, it really is going to have to yield some kind of a double distribution profile to the downside. And again, if we get back into, let's say above last week's high, which you can kind of see is where volume tapered out of yesterday's profile, 600 to 617-ish. That would be the defense spot. I mean, I guess you could get a gap fill reversal. But really, I mean, again, I'm not really looking to press the sell button if buyers get this all the way back into yesterday's range. That would be a terrible look. I will look at gold real quick because I had interest in gold. We had a spot. If you missed, Maggie might have been the one person that missed the Sunday show. There was this strange label on my chart. Like we struggled to figure out what it was. I think my 4-year-old did it. He does that sometimes. He's got a potty mouth. So it said, this range, it said buy it. And then it said PU asterisk Y. So we figured that meant putty, like silly putty or something like that. I don't know. So I bought this spot. This is hilarious. Gold sold off on Broadcom earnings because reasons. That makes sense. And it basically dipped into these single prints from the 28th. Found a ferocious reaction. Now we're back above this 44.69 to 44.83. Looks good. I would like to see it make a run for 45.90s this and tomorrow. Doesn't mean it's going to, but I'm positioned for that. So talking my book, I suppose. But until or unless this 44.69 to 44.83 flips to resistance, this was my spot to potentially front run a break of last week's high. And we're running out of time to do that this week. But obviously a strong close to this week would be a nice look. And it would be pretty strong. Again, a strong close to this week. And then next week breaks this week's high, last week's high, and makes a little run. That's what I would like to see. It has been weak for quite some time. And it's like it's been trying to catch a bid and it hasn't been able to. So I don't have high confidence that this is going to the moon or anything, but this was a spot for me to work against. And I was going to have to lose my man card if I didn't take it. So I took it.
I love it. Yeah. Gold has been interesting. It hasn't been going down, but hasn't been able to get anything going on. A lot of people looking at Chinese liquidity as maybe part of that reason. And so we'll keep an eye on that, because if that turns, then maybe but they've been buying, but maybe they want to squash some of the retail speculation that's been going on there. We have a comment from somebody saying, for Christopher, face ripper coming into next week, Monday, Tuesday. Ha ha ha. I'm not sure if he has any conviction on that, but
right. We talking gold or we talking equities?
I think he's talking equities,
maybe
Christopher.
Both. I mean,
maybe I think
both.
I think he's talking equities, but maybe not. But we have a big piece of data coming out tomorrow. Sometimes we don't, but we are closing out the week with a big jobs number. Is that going to make a difference for you, Pharm, or you just want to see what plays out?
I mean, who cares about anything non-farm? Am I right? Yeah.
Right.
That's like, you have to have at least 4 kids to make a joke like that. I mean, it matters. It matters, right? I mean, there's been times where like it looked like labor was really weak. And then, I mean, like now it looks like some things are strengthening, but I don't know. Like, honestly, it feels bad. in the real world. There's a lot of people that are texting me that have a lot of skills, high skill sets, and have been very successful, and they're looking for extra work. And it's just been weird. It has felt gross the last couple of weeks, and I haven't put my finger on it yet, but something feels off. I don't know what it is, but again, the numbers have looked pretty good. I hope it's not too hot, since I'm long gold, and I'd like to see the dollar get stepped on. I think BOJ, they're right back at the spot, right? Now they're talking about maybe we'll do a hike. So, maybe they step on the dollar to bid the yen, and gold does okay. But I do think, like you said, it's more China right now. You can see China equities have just been ass. They've been pulling back on their liquidity injections. I think I saw, and I'm not sure what's going on with that or why. But gold has been responsive to that as well.
Yeah, some people are with you, looking for a breakout, but we're gonna have to see if we get it. And maybe they were talking about gold, but we'll see. We'll see. Pharm, always great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend. If I don't see you, talk to you.
Take care. Appreciate it.
Okay, so we've been talking about, looks like tech under a little pressure. Dow was hanging in there earlier, but we got to get the open and see if we get any follow through on any of this, as has been the case. Let's get to trade the open right now and see what the fellas think. It's going to be with Merritt, Black, and Chris. Hello, hello. How are you guys today? Merritt, Chris, what's going on?
Hey,
Hi,
good.
Maggie.
How are you, Maggie?
Good morning.
Okay, it's Thursday, right? We're getting closer. The Knicks won last night. Vibes are good in the larger New York City metropolitan area. A good
Nice.
start. We got nice weather. Who can complain about anything? But I don't know if you're super bullish tech and we're long, then I don't know how great you're feeling tonight, or this
I
morning
feel it.
rather. So what's the setup, Chris? What are you looking at today?
I'm currently along from this little breakout area. So we did pull back into a good daily support. But now that we did have this big breakdown, I'm starting to think, okay, we're still in an uptrend, but it can start to get more range bound, larger time frame, multi-week maybe. I'm still looking for sideways to higher prices until we really start changing the structure. But this is just, we were really elevated, and this is a normal pullback, even though it's a little bit aggressive, and others might feel it more than the others, but I still think nothing has changed on the bigger picture.
Yeah, until told otherwise, right? Merritt, what about you? How are you feeling about the day?
I'll take the other side of that all day. I think that Chris oftentimes has a little bit bigger picture view than I do, but kind of from my more intraday time frame, the S&P breaking down. Let's just average it at say 75-70, upper 75-60s. To me, that's a really good bearish line in the sand. And until we recoup that, I wouldn't want to be with long exposure right now. That's my take.
Awesome. I love it. It's going to be an interesting day, and we like when we have slightly opposing views, because it's going to be
It's what makes a market.
Yeah, it's good. Exactly what makes a market, and a good show as well. So I'll leave you to it. Have a great one, guys.
Thanks.
All right,
See
Maggie,
you.
take care. Have a good week.
My man, I
We'll
feel
meet
like I haven't
again.
seen you in a minute.
I know.
With the whole arena thing, we haven't been staying on our usual schedule. How are you?
They kept us away. I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. I'm a bit sick. I'm doing a lot better today, but I've had like a fever and achy and all that kind of junk, so I'm taking it easy in terms of the trading. That's maybe the first lesson of the day for everybody watching is you got to go through an assessment before you trade each day.
Don't
Too
listen to him,
physically
guys.
sick, emotionally
I was trading
upset.
in the hospital after the transplant. Don't listen to him. Okay, you want real alpha? I'm right here. Okay, you got a little.
Whoa, you're like really we've like reversed roles. You're like really channeling like the way I typically am, and I guess I'm being like you.
Hospital
What's up, Cooper?
alpha.
What's up, chat? KTS, Tom Dog. What's up, everybody?
What's up, guys, gals? How we
Pharm, how
doing?
are you, man?
Space Stripper and gold. It's been really choppy. Let's see. It's still in chop. It's still range bound since the 15th of May, which is like in this one big box. All right, guys, let me touch on my plan for this morning. Some interesting structure here. We did lose the prior base that we were sort of trying to hold yesterday, which was around 580s in NQ. We lost that overnight on the earnings. We made it down to that bull bear zone, which if you guys remember yesterday, I was talking about, hey, what is the bull bear zone? What's the 430s, right? So we consolidated there. We eventually broke it down and we made it back down to the low of the prior consolidation here. And we almost made it back to a retest of this prior week consolidation as well before bouncing. We've put in the first hourly lower low. I participated, the long that I have here, the idea was to capture the bounce into the 9 MA, which I did think we were going to see a little bit higher, but maybe that's it. I was able to take partials on the long and pay myself. But, if the idea here is that if we could hold and reclaim this 280 zones, which is the low of this prior consolidation, then we can push up back into the weekly open around 413 and then this 430s zone, and then possibly reject from there. But that would mean that, hey, we're back into this prior consolidation here, and then maybe we can enter some range bound action instead of losing this 280s again. But if that happens, then hey, why, nothing's stopping this from going back down to a new low to really retest this 130s area. And then once there again, I'm interested in it along because that could be a great fill breakdown. If that fails, then we can see the bull bear zone of last week's consolidation at 980s. But we are also, don't forget, we are into the daily 9 MA. So there's a lot of support here on the higher time frame where a lot of swing traders look at. For ES, we did lose daily 9 MA. So I'm starting to think that we can now go into the 20 EMA area, which would mean, yes, we can see prior week low. If we fail to, it's done a really good job at holding the 75.40s. So if it continues to do so, hey, why can't we shoot up to the resistance of the prior consolidation, right? If we lose that, yeah, we go to 75.10s prior week low area to test that 20 EMA. Oh, that's actually much lower. But prior week low would be the first step into the 20 EMA on the daily. But for now, sideways to higher as long as we hold these zones. How'd you like the competition? Ready for next week?
Oh yeah, man. It was literally one rotation away from me winning it. I don't know if you were watching or saw, but
yeah, I tuned in a little bit.
So like I was up in the morning in the lead. I dug a big hole. I was down like 800 or 1,000 or something during lunch. I clawed all the way back, and I had gotten max long ES and NQ before Tanya and Nick. And so it started ramping, and then they got long in the max long as well. So it was literally impossible for me to catch them, right? Because they're still ahead of me at one and so our P&Ls would just move in track, right? So I thought, well, my only chance to win is I have to start going against their positions. I have to start fading little pops. And we got one small, like, I don't know, 8-point rotation down, and I had shorted the top, and like I was tied with them. And it just could not go lower. It ended up just, ripping faces off into the close and after the close. So I got walloped. But I was in the mix. It was a lot of fun.
It's good. We'll fight it out next Tuesday.
Yeah. I really like those things. It makes me like more focused and serious than like when I'm normally
Yeah.
trading. I love
And then
it.
in the last 30 minutes, you're trading like you're just, these
There's
small
no tomorrow.
movements. Yeah. Later, Mark. Hey, Toasted.
No, I'm just sick. I got the ibuprofen kicked in right now. I'm feeling okay.
Are you looking at anything specifically today?
Yeah, I'm looking for this S&P short. It could happen essentially here, right? Like right now, if we start to turn, looks like there we go. I finally saw a tick of movement. I was getting concerned my data feed wasn't working. Um, I might short it if it starts to roll over here, and I'll definitely be looking to short if it goes, a bit higher. Essentially anywhere from 75.50 to 75.70. That's like a short zone for me. I'll be just shorting pops, right?
I like that. See what happens here.
Still 20 minutes till the open.
Maybe go retest the lows if we don't hold up here.
Super slow tape here. If you look at these bars on my 3000 volume chart, chat, we were talking about this yesterday in a fellowship meeting. This is not clean momentum. This is a choppy channel of momentum, right? And learning to identify the difference in kind of the nature of the movement leads to different tactics for how much confirmation you need to see to pull the trigger on a short and stuff, for at least the way that we execute. Let's see here. Got a bull zone in gold as well. It's in a similar situation. At 40, call it 44.95 to 45.10, 45.15. That zone is kind of a bullish zone over in the shiny stuff. Choppy, choppy to poppy.
Choppy, choppy, to boppy.
There it is. What do we got? Fed speakers today. We got Trump speaking. We got Natty gas storage. I'm confused. Has there been job reports every single day this week? What's going on? Every single day, it's like job numbers. It's like, what? Every day? Why?
How many jobs are
Help me,
there?
Tracy. Why? What's going on? Is the only one that matters on Friday? what time frame chart is that on your execution chart there? I can't read it.
2 minute.
2 minute. Look how
Yeah.
different that looks. Look how you have that like bull flag from the high. How many bars?
No, I have
Versus the
NQ.
volume
That's
chart.
why.
It's like 3 bars. You know.
Well, yeah, for ES, yeah.
Yeah. Still, yeah. You've got like 12 bars since that high. That's one. That's a case in point for you guys at home, kind of figuring out bar types and what you like. Time based is very often going to give you a really good sense of where the market stalls and goes sideways because it's just going to keep marking time, even if there's very low or no activity. Volume bars require activity to print new bars, so they're gonna print a bunch more bars. That's their benefit when things start flying around instead of these huge single candles on time frame stuff. And then they don't print a bunch of bars when things are quiet. So it's kind of like, what do you want to see more? For some of us, it means we kind of have a volume-based chart and a time-based chart to kind of get the best of both worlds and see things that way. Not for everybody, though. All right. Buyers hanging on here in the S&P, brother. Good morning, SV Trader. That's a good one, Aaron. It's one report per job. Oh, that's good. Oh, that makes my head hurt to laugh. Don't make me do that today.
All right.
Big size.
We're trying to bounce here. Can't be too bearish if we continue to hold. I you know what area I like to short? 430s in NQ. Oh, you're not looking at NQ. So for ES, that would be, you said 570, right?
Yeah, that's the upper limit of the short. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that area.
Yeah. If you look at I'm not sure if you guys can see it. If we go full screen for me, it's this lower edge here of a really good kind of volume edge node from yesterday's profile. Oftentimes short term, that's a pretty good over under for kind of day-to-day type movement.
$23, 30, 33.90.
Bum, ba-dum, bum. Bum, ba-dum, bum.
All right, this is good. Let's see if we can push up to 360s. Would be 3R on my original trade.
Do it.
Which was actually my stop was down here. All right, let's see if we can push out to 360. Three 380 in NQ. Yeah, I would like that. Hey, Cats. Good morning. Oh, I didn't like the stream yet. Like the stream, guys, when you get on. There's
Part of your
900
pre-market routine.
of you, I know.
Check charts. Deliver thumbs up.
Check.
I put on a cheeky little short here, Chris. Just kind of from an extreme. A lot of sellers piling in.
Yeah, if this breakout here recently on the 2-minute fails, then you get your drop, which I'm interested in shorting as well.
I think it's low probability of working. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Just give me some risk reward.
Yo, mama.
What?
I'm just reading somebody's name. Yo, what is going on with the stock? Thanks, Billy. You too.
Good morning, Jim. Morning, The Hans. Slow, slow, slow. Likely that they run the overnight highs on the open. I'm looking to scratch out of this here shortly if it keeps working towards this high. Ho!
Oh, what is
Ho!
that?
Ho!
Ooh, I like that. Right at London's high for ES. Mm, time is it? 4 minutes. Let's see. That was a good one. I wanted a short yes with that. That was a failed breakout on the 2 minute of that push. That was a solid. As we seek the hourly 9 MA lower high. So if we're failing to break out of this range, we can go back down to the other side of this range. That would be a really good trade for you.
I bet this is a nasty open. Fred says, Merritt, what made you want to take this cheeky short on ES? It's literally the plan. It's the plan that I've talked about since I've been on stream. The 75.50 to 75.70 zone is a bear zone for me, and that's where I'm going to execute shorts when I like a momentum shift. Easy peasy. Don't overthink it.
That was a good short. I like it. All right, I'm going to get stopped out here on the rest.
I just scaled out a half. Little rink-a-dink trade.
You bought, Chris, I bought almost at the same level. Can you explain why you bought it? Yes. If you happen to see my streams, I talk about wedge setups as my directional entry. And that's pretty much all this was a wedge contraction after we put in a failed breakdown. So I used that as an entry to participate in the long. And that's pretty much it. Really simple. Really simple. Okay, so if this is the hourly 9 MA, then we can reject all the way back down to the lows, unless this will be a choppy morning because of who's speaking today. If that's the case, then trade the edges like Merritt is doing. Man, okay, so I'm out on the rest of this long here in NQ. I did think we were going to see higher. Looks like we're not. All right, I got to manage some swings, guys. So I'll let Merritt take over.
What'd you say, bud?
I got to manage my swings, so I'll let you
Okay.
take over.
Okay. What is my thinking? Now's the phase of the trade where I let go of the trade. It is totally out of my hands. I've done pretty much everything I can do. I had a plan. I went into stalk mode. I passed on the first momentum shift because of all that, the way I described that momentum and everything. I liked the little wick head fake higher that brought in sellers and there was a turning point. I found a scale out. Now it's just, there's nothing to do. And I think one of the most common mistakes I see retail traders make is not even sticking with the plan, Parker. It's they continue to just stay totally locked in and focusing on every single up and down tick and focusing on every single blip of order flow or whatever. And they don't get to that place where they let go mentally and emotionally and even tactically in terms of their focus levels and everything. You got to just let go of a trade. I can't hold trades if I don't do that. And I've been doing this 20 years. Mark Douglas teaches us that what are the things that we can know? What are the things that are within our control as a trader? Number one, we can know what a setup with edge looks like so that we can monitor for those. Number two, we can know how much we want to risk in order to find out if the next sample of our positive expectancy setup is going to be one of the many winners we'll have or the many losers we'll have. And then finally, we can know that we have kind of a process, a method for paying ourselves as the market makes profits available to us. So that stuff is directly from an all-time trading book, which is Mark Douglas, Trading in the Zone. And for me to be able to quote it like that lets you know how dog-eared and studied that book is for me. You got to think they can run the overnight highs here. But that's almost just like a fun speculation. I don't know and I don't care. I've already done my job.
Very nice. Come on.
Hey, Merritt, any advice on how to handle big drawdowns? You got to find out what's wrong. Number one, you have to have some sense of what is a substantial drawdown versus what's a normal drawdown. Number two, you got to start looking at what is it that's gone wrong? Is it identifiable mistakes that you're making? Right? Are you missing too many quality setups? Are you taking two trades that are outside your process and outside your plan? Are you unable to follow your trade management process? Right? Or is it a you problem? And you have to be objective and honest with yourself about that. Or is it a market evolution problem? Are you not adapting to changing volatility conditions? Is some edge that you had simply not working lately? You may never know why or may be able to figure that out, but maybe you do have a setup with edge that is working. Are you tracking those things? What's working, do more of that. What's not working, do less of that. It's a constant progression as a trader, no matter how good you get. So that's how I approach it. And then, probably what I should have led with is you don't press the gas pedal harder. You take your foot off the gas when a substantial drawdown is hit, when you're emotionally battered, right? That's part of that pre-market check-in that I talked about this morning as we started. Might re-enter here, 1 second. Reduce risk, have thresholds for doing that, have a game plan.
Wow.
Re-entered the short. Sellers just can't get it done here.
Let's see. Stuck in a range.
The sellers were in control. They would drop this here, not just stall for 5 or 6 bars. A little bit of what's not happening here. I scratched out of it.
ES held that 75.43 backs as that I highlighted that it reclaimed earlier, which is the bull bear zone of last week's consolidation. So, for ES, for me, guys, as long as we can continue to hold the 75.40s, I think it goes to 68.70 to seek that 4-hour high, a lower high. Banks are strong, helping it. Industrials, wow, they gapped up just under all-time highs. Yes, is a good support here for higher prices.
The quasi overnight high has been taken. It's not the real one, but it's
There we go.
the most real swing high.
All right, so we're getting that bounce into the 4-hour 9 MA, which is around 75.70s. That's a good area. I'm past a possible short. It can be chances to continue to be choppy here as we wait for the speakers, but we are seeing the buying come in above that. Both zones here, 43 in ES and 280s in NQ. Method Man. We talked about this too, but if you just started trading in November, there's just so much that you don't know that it's okay, to be in the place you are right now. Like 6-7 months in, like there's still more things you need to learn about yourself, risk tolerance, strategy creation, understanding the market structure. It's like you can't expect to be a surgeon if you're just on your first year of med school, right? Not even first year, 6 months of med school, right? There's just so much that you don't know. Okay, let's see what we get here. What do I do? What do I do with these names? Wow, Twilio, one's higher. All right, let's close AVGO.
We are only virtual for now. Wannabe CPT. One day I think we'll do a physical desk in Nashville, but not yet.
No, just move to LA. Come on, we'll do one here.
Yeah.
Looks like we'll be range bound for now. Scalper's paradise. Yes, it is stronger here. There is a lot of strength in cyclicals. Tech is rotating, so NQ is weaker. Let's close this stock here.
Scaled out of a third there.
What was that? Oh, and Jesus. Why? Oh, did I? Oh, Meta is pumping. Okay.
Scaled out of 2/3.
Oh, it's NDK. Two. Paradigm. Which is weak. All right. Thank you. Back to the bottom of the range. Did it make it to the 9MA? Oh, it did. It tested the 9MA into that 360 area. So now we are in this consolidation here that can lead to a new low to 130s, which I'm interested in buying if we make it down there.
I used to always listen to music while trading, and now I rarely do. And I don't know why that change happened. It just, things change over time in your life and what you're doing. I don't know. I used to always listen to music while trading, and now I pretty much never do.
Same. You know what I listen to now is stock market talk stuff about not like CNBC stuff, but just stocks.
Like podcasts or like
No, it's like live commentary from this. I'm thankful to be in a group of like these 7 and 8 figure traders, and it's like what you have with your firm, but it's just like 6 of them.
Cool.
And I just listen to them talk. And they're mostly swing trading, so I just it keeps me in tune with the market.
Nice.
Okay, I gotta close this. Did I close that? Yes. Let's close that.
Raging Cajun says, Chris, I hear you talk about acceptance a lot. Didn't you steal that from Merritt?
No, not every word that he says is a word that he created, okay? Is there a time element? Oh, okay. You're putting words in his mouth. I'm sorry, Raging. He can be like that. Why do you think that we moved him over to Thursdays? He's like, you know what? Just Tuesdays isn't cutting it out. Just
B team.
Acceptance for me is like a multi-hour consolidation at a prior rejection or support area. If it's a small level, then you don't need multi-hours, right? But if it's like a big, let's say for example, last week we were in a consolidation for the 4 days that we were on, right? So on a 4-day consolidation and we backtest that resistance or support, yeah, you need a multi-hour consolidation to form acceptance. If it's like a 30-minute level from 30-minute price action over the last 30 minutes, 10, 15 minutes probably is good, but that's it. It is a private group, Charles. I'm sorry.
There's no such thing as a good public group.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. There has to be some kind of crossover, some kind of shared market worldview.
Especially if you want like real value.
Yeah.
Like there's not going to be the wisdom that you guys want, from these larger traders are not going to be in the spending their time in a just free group with random people who aren't taking it serious. I mean, they are, but not, there's a different level of seriousness when you're have real risk.
We run the fellowship program once a year. You can take a look at our site and be a part of that group if you either pay for it or get an interview process to get a fully free scholarship seat. We do 15 of each seat. apterostrading.com. Chris Crayon says, Merritt, when did you change the N in NADRO to 9MA? I feel like buyers still have it, man. A couple of VWAP rejections in the S&P from above, but not a lot of buying on the delta on this last move up. So a bit of mixed signals here. But if you look at my weekly chart, what did this market do? It opened up this week. It took a few peaks above kind of the balance, the upper balance from last week, finally fails, and finally reverts to the most traded price, the main distribution from last week. And what's it doing? It's chopping around inside it. That's all that's happening right there, right now. So the most recent thing is that we broke down into that balance from above. So that combined with yesterday's balance low, that's my bear zone. So nothing, I'm not anticipating a change in what the market's doing. I'm just, as we call it, going with what is.
Yes, it's so much stronger. What are banks doing now? Banks are taking leadership. Home builders gap up. Industrials gap up. Industrials all-time highs. Healthcare is up a lot. Oh, banks are popping. I want some of this. Oh yeah, let's buy some of that.
Stopped out of the rest.
Rotation. Looks like we're rotating.
I will not be continuing to short pops for now.
All right, so we're just consolidating here. If we look back at the hourly here in NQ, the line that I was looking for was a bounce into the 9A main, which was scenario one. You can see here the scenario was drawn before the open, and we hit that first target here at 360s, the hourly 9A main. So from there, being that this is a lower low, lower high structure, this is the lower low, and then this is the lower high. If we are to continue lower, well, we should see a lower low, lower high, and then a second lower low, which could be scenario two into the breakout of last week here at 130s, where I am interested in seeing a possible fail breakdown there. If we form acceptance there and we hold, then guess what? We go back down to the bull bear zone of that week at 980s. But for now, we are in a multi-hour consolidation, which is confirming the range or the chop that you're seeing in NQ. And what I want to stay away from, and I want to trade the move away from this range that we are in NQ. And if we start holding near the lows, we can push lower. But again, we're just a new low would be so close to that next support area that I'm interested more in a reversal back up than a short, especially with the strength in ES. And we are at the daily 9MA in NQ. Like, you just cannot short into that. 8 out of 10 times you will lose. Mm, yeah, just choppity chop chop here, guys.
Choppy, choppy, too bumpy.
Nine SMA is the 11 EMA. Probably. It sounds mathematically correct.
Sure. So I'm not going to be stalking a trade here. Let's see here. So I shorted here. And then I shorted here. And then here. So, Chris and I have different takes on this and different ways that we operate. And that's cool. I do not believe in our multiple based scale outs. And I'm sure I'm in the minority on that. I'm sure there's more people that do it and like it, and it's a warm and fuzzy thing.
I feel
and
warm.
it's easy. It makes sense at surface level. But anyways, your R multiple is a multiple of the price you got the entry and where your stop is, right? Some trades, in my opinion, and I don't think this is debatable, some trades we time up really well. The market at least offers that. And so we get in with a fairly tighter stop. We can size those trades up. Therefore, a 1R move, maybe that move is just beginning. Like, look at this market. It has like an ebb and a flow, down, up, down, up, right? That we call that rhythm. And my traders, both Nadro style and the style we teach in fellowship, rhythm is a big component. So long story short, I greatly prefer that traders scale out based on market generated information, such as where you're touching VWAP, or the rhythm is now extended per what's normal for the current level of volatility. Market generated information to scale out, not your information, which is our multiples based on how well you timed up an entry and how tight your stop was or wide your stop was. If you have a really wide stop, hey, it might make great sense, in my opinion, based on probability of the market starting to turn against you, to scale out at 0.5 R. If you time up a trade and you scale out at 0.5 R, that's ridiculous, because 3 R is on the table for that first scale out based on what's normal.
Yeah.
So that's my opinion. Again, a lot of people feel differently and do it differently, but that's my opinion. Oh, I kind of like this short now, but it's like, how many highs can I keep shorting in this grind up? At least I'm making money doing it. It's not like I'm butchering it. It just doesn't feel good here.
Do you well, I mean, I know your background is different, so you have more your network of traders are, not the ones you teach, but from your background, they're more well-rounded, right? They have a specific focus there. They have more experience. So, and I say that for those listening, because, I know from your background, you do have traders who are yes, in a high quality area, they do focus on sizing that up, and they will hold until that expected move or whatever market structure is. So from your background, you see that. So my question, wouldn't be valid. But my question is going to be do you, in that world, do you still see a lot of those traders, which I think you do, that focus on the same approach you're talking about here, where they're not taking half off or whatever at 0.5 R because they know that the expected return, they don't know, but your understanding of the market structure and what you're trading can give you more than that, and you're looking to capitalize on that full move.
Yeah, they're looking for things, whether it's statistical, whether it's an indicator, whether it's price action, whether it's a read on some form of price action and price movement like rhythm, like I described. They have a process for trade management, right? You go back to point 4 of Mark Douglas. I know that I have a process in place to pay myself as the market makes profits available to me. And so they have that, and it's based on the charts and the data, not based on, oh, I'm up one multiple of what I risked on the trade. Let me scale half off so I can feel good about now being risk-free in the trade.
Yeah.
So yeah, they absolutely. Now, some people will design their stops and their targets around more what ends up being okay to use R multiple stuff. I really like this short here. Because they're data driven, like ATR based and things like that with stop distance and take profits. So it ends up being kind of the same thing as R multiple because they're very like data driven, consistent in their stop distances. So that's kind of a caveat, but this is my least favorite type of intraday market movement where we're neither trending nor sideways. This is what we call a slow trend, where the market pulls all the way back into VWAP and then makes new highs, and pulls all the way to VWAP and makes new highs. I greatly prefer, for my frameworks, a market that's either trending and not pulling all the way back to VWAP, or very rotational and sideways and crisscrossing VWAP. And that's important, guys, to have, hey, this is, for the way I approach things, this is where I tend to underperform or something, right? If you don't know what situations your methodology loses money in, then you kind of don't know your methodology. I'm still bullish gold. It's not really flirted with that region I talked about pre-market, kind of 95 to 10 or 15.
I took a short, but I will maybe close it here. My aggressive side came out. I think we can see London low. We're breaking out of this. The Qs had a gap down, consolidated since the open, 30 minutes, and we're breaking down here. So that's enough of consolidation to make new lows. There's 1R.
Liamsi. How do you properly backtest the strategy? Unfortunately, that is way, way, way more complicated than people want to admit. And I am not an expert. I know that I don't know enough to know how to properly backtest, so I would not begin to speak on that. There's too many traps and pitfalls in backtesting that can really, really, really make all your pretty little work worthless. And by the way, I don't know if Chris did this, but whenever I'm like, oh, this is a really good short, I can't, I'm not going to take it. Those are good ones to take. Nice trade, Chris.
All right, so I took half off at 1R. Pretty much what did I see? Well, on the QQQ chart, we gapped down, and it's one of my aggressive setups here. We gapped down, we consolidated here for 30 minutes, and to me, that's a simple wedge break, right? It's a consolidation. We consolidated, we could not bounce, sellers showed up again, and it wasn't one of my planned trades for my scenarios, but I did see, I do really well on these discretionary ideas where if we're holding after a gap, we're either going to bounce to try and close the gap, or we're going to make new lows. So that was pretty much my idea. It's a discretionary decision here based on the length of this consolidation, talking about acceptance. And, I touched on 30 minutes earlier. This is pretty much that. So I took the short and looking for a new low. Hey, thanks, Mark. That means a lot. Let's see, we could go make new lows. I still am interested in a long into the 130s. So, but I paid for my risk, and I'm still interested in a long here. We're stepping into the second lower low on the hourly, like I highlighted, and we have if we have divergences there as we backtest last week's breakout. I like that. But if we fail here, then we see the 20 EMA on the daily, which could be a pretty, drop into 450 to 500. I gotta close this. Close some names.
B Hassan, I would just rewind and go look at both of us presented our pre-market prep and views early in the stream. I would just go take a look at that. You can just rewind it on the stream there. What's wrong with gold, Chubby? Old Chubs.
All right, took a little bit more off at 1R, so I can collect some dollars. This stops out as I get ready to look for a long as well. If we see a little bit lower.
That's a real trader right there, guys. Guys short and stalking long. That's when you know you've fully compartmentalized your what position do you have versus what's the next opportunity at hand. Very nice. There's no. So the day type thing is based on kind of a VWAP framework, right? As I described it, moving all the way to VWAP and then making new highs. The rhythm thing is go put on like some form of zigzag indicator, and that's kind of a really good mathematical proxy for rhythm. And then eventually you don't need the indicator. Like many indicators, you get good enough, I could tell you what a MACD or what a stochastic looks like without it even being on the chart, right? I kind of know what those, I could estimate pretty well where VWAP is on a chart, things like that without it even being on there. Choppy, too boppy.
Yeah, so I closed the rest around break even.
Good trade.
But I did not get the long. I did think there was another low coming in. So I'm still stalking this to see if we create a higher low now. And then join. The 4 hour looks really good now. The hourly, the hourly put in a second lower low and the failed breakdown with RSI divergence. So this is a good low now. Yeah, that was good. Just not fast enough. All right, back to chop and NQ, but that was a good low. I would say as long as that low holds, we do have to reclaim 280 zone. And if we do, we can bounce back up to highs.
My go-to index these days is the ES. It was only ES for many, many, many years, and then it was only NQ for a couple years, and then back to ES for maybe the past 8 months or something. I'm not very good with time.
I've been implementing Chris's squiggly lined trend strategy mixed with some order flow. It's hitting. I don't know what squiggly line's talking about, but awesome.
Good for you. Rommelt says, Merritt, I'm long from VWAP on ES. Don't quite know if I should close it at yesterday's, I'm guessing yesterday's value area low. Or weekly development value area low. Do you have a take on that? Yeah. My take is you don't need to ask me how to manage your trade. I'm sorry, but what are you doing? Do you have a process for managing your trade? Come on. I'm happy to talk to you and help you work out a process, but don't ask a streamer how to manage your open position. What do I do? Sorry to be a jerk, but I want better for you. That's why I'm being a jerk.
I don't trade ES dividend.
If you've been paying attention, you know my view. I'm bearish. This 50 to 70 region. So You already know what my answer is. Dividend cake, nice name. How many points do you give ES before placing your stop loss at break even? Chris, do you do the same? That's another thing that I'm not a fan of. I think it's an emotional crutch for most people to feel like now you don't have any risk in the trade. And in reality, there's two sides to that coin. You know, there's two sides to that. Any time you scale out, any time you move a stop to break even, to the extent that you are protecting something, is to the exact same extent that you are cutting off potential favorable things at the knees. There is no free lunch in these decisions, guys. I really wish. In fact, I bet I'm not even going to say it. Once you understand that there's no such thing as a free lunch in trading, it really, really changes your mentality on things. So there very well may be a moment in which the stop gets trailed, and that trail may very well, for at times, put that stop appropriately around break even, and that's fantastic. You should have a process. It's just like the scale out conversation, guys. If you have a process that's based on actual market generated information, not how many points the market's moved relative to my entry. My entry is not a piece of market generated information. R multiple is not a piece of market generated information. That's your information. So, I scratch trades all the time. You saw me scratch one today and save a full stop. So yeah, that's my take on move to break even. I am not a fan of traders who have a designed, I move to break even after getting my first scale out at 1R or, whatever it is. I think for most people, if they really look themselves in the mirror, it's an emotional crutch. Yeah, trade micros and give yourself the ability to scale out as long as that's part of your strategy, I think. Should we short this again, Chris?
Do it. Don't ask me how to manage your short, okay?
Come on, Merritt. Don't ask me. Don't you have a process? Well played. I gotta stop laughing. My head feels like it's gonna explode. My eyeballs hurt. Oh.
All right.
Good question by Undercover there. Hey, Merritt and Chris, how did you develop the confidence to hold your trades? I've been rotating around break-even P&L, really because I keep cutting runners and ruining my expected value. Holding trades is one of the most difficult things that what we call the natural human trader has to learn how to master. And quite frankly, the only thing that finally did it to me was kind of two things. Number one, getting disgusted enough, knowing that I should be and could be doing better, and that I was shooting myself in the foot. Dr. Steenbarger talks, I remember him in person sitting at the conference room in New York, and him talking about how disgust is a powerful motivator for traders. You have to get fed up with something to where, no different than a diabetic or someone with heart issues or whatever, you finally face the music and you change your behaviors, right? So, number one, get disgusted. Number two, have a process. You can't be willy-nilly, should I scale out? Should I not? Should I hold? Should I not? What do I think in the moment? You need to have a checklist in front of you. If this, then scale out 1/3. If this, then exit the core position, right? Use a checklist that's right in front of you. That's my, I don't know if Chris, if you had anything to add to that or.
Yeah, I would say it also depends on the way you, the objective of your strategy. I specifically designed my strategy to meet the objective of capturing the full daily candles move, which means if I don't hold my runners, I am not following my strategy and I need to correct that. Well, how do you follow the runners, right? Or how do you follow the trend? Well, you have to understand market structure and align your strategy with that. Because obviously, if you are a counter trend trader, you're going to not have the opportunity to hold those runners because you're going to you see price turning against you after a certain move. And that's blocking also you from growing as somebody who wants to learn how to hold your runners, either understand what's happening and know that you are a counter trend trader and you are not going to get those opportunities, or change that, right? And say, okay, no, I don't like that. I want to participate with the trend and change for that. What time is it? 7:22. IB should close soon. All right, so we put in the first 2-minute higher low here. ES is pushing out to new highs. So I'm wondering if NQ can push out to recent highs. We're pretty much around the midpoint, or right above the midpoint of what would be the IB. I did buy the pullback here. I shared how I wanted to wait for the first pullback to engage back in. So I have my stop under this 2-minute 9 MA higher low, and I'm now looking for a push into the recent highs. It's still, I'm still aware that it is sort of choppy and range bound, but I do think hourly can push up into the 9 MA, but it's still choppy. We'll see. We'll see.
That's such a cool trade. That's not something that my style allows for, right? Kind of like we've already kind of rotated higher off the swing low, and I can't kind of enter at those locations.
Yeah, I would say it's a bit on the aggressive. It's my way to like find an opportunity inside the range after a good low was put in and engage there. But yeah, the edge at the lows was the best location.
But you were still handling your short into that area, right? And then you tried to limit in. Wow, that's such a different chart than the S&P.
Yeah, the S&P is just, we've seen strong rotation into industrials, financials, software still kicking. So let's see if NQ can push up into those recent highs. as we seek the 4-hour 9 MA. I mean, see, guys, my trading here is trying to accomplish what the question was on how do you hold your runners. I'm looking for a move into the 4-hour 9 MA, but I'm trading a 2-minute time frame here. So, like, I'm positioning myself for a possible big move, and that's my objective. So if I'm like scalping around back and forth here, I'm not aware of the higher time frame potential move that could happen, and therefore, the objective of my strategy is now I'm not aligned with the objective.
Jim Lock says, "Hey Merritt, how would you use delta when it's going in the opposite direction of price? If you use it at all in that case." Yeah, that last part is critical. Once you have an extreme, 1 or 2 rotations, that's called a divergence. Once you have an extreme difference, that's called passive dominance, right? So you could have price going up and delta going down. Well, delta's not lying to us. It's just a piece of information. It's telling us that there are not more buyers lifting offers than there are sellers hitting bids. That's not happening. In fact, it's the opposite. Yet price is going higher. There's only one explanation for that. Passive buyers, icebergs, refreshing bids, absorbing sellers, and therefore more transactions occurring on the bid, aka delta is lower, while price does not go lower because it can't eat through those passive participants.
All right, there we go. Let's see if we can get a new high. Yes, I will be trading the IB strat. Somebody asked that. Am I looking for the IB strat? Yes. I have to close first, though. I did take partials up here just because I engaged in the middle of the range. And we don't have to make a new high, right? We can continue the range and we can just reject back down here. But this would be third profitable trade now in the last 2 hours. So good trading today. In range, like I typically don't do well in some range action. But what's been keeping me engaged on the long side is that we are at a big daily support area. So even though it's chop and as a trend follower, I don't do well, I know that also as a location-based trader, we're at a great location where I do want to be engaged. And I allocate my risk capital into this area, even though the degree of risk is higher for what I do. But 3 trades I probably tap out on. Like I can't continue to trade like this all day. Not what I like. I want to buy it once, hold it for the day, maybe overnight as well, and then the next day, and it's good. We are not on every morning. I don't think they would allow Merritt to do that. Thursdays is not our regular day. We usually are on Tuesdays, and after the competition is over next week, we'll go back to our regular schedule on Tuesdays. Do I chart ES? I do chart ES for the group that I have. I mark down the levels, the scenarios, but I do not trade it. What do I do when levels in ES and NQ don't line up? They don't need to line up. If you remember I don't know if you actually saw, I did a Develop Your Edge segment last week with Jim. And I talk about my process and a trade I took. I took a big NQ long, and on my swing account, I did SOXL based on where ES was. So NQ was not at a big level. ES was at a big level, and I executed NQ and SOXL based on what ES was doing, right? So I can understand what ES is doing and where it's at. And if it is, I'll engage with NQ, because to me, NQ will produce a better reward for the risk that I'm taking.
I did get in short this little turn off the high here.
That was that 70 level.
Yeah.
That we were talking about. And the 4-hour 9 MA. It's a good location. NQ looks like it'll remain range bound.
If we continue the grind up in the S&P and start to hold above this 70 area, I will be full on bull. We'll see. Kind of a last stand here.
It looks like we're going to be range bound and not make a new high in NQ. Let's see how we do here. We're at the 15-minute 9 MA, which can produce a bounce to get that new high. If it fails here, I'll probably close my trade and stop engaging in this range. I do not look for a dollar amount at all. I don't think anybody should do that. Not anybody, but majority of you guys.
Setting yourself up for a lot of failed expectations. Some days offer way more than whatever your average dollar amount you might want, and some days offer way less. And you need to understand that and judge your performance based on what the market made available to you that day for your process.
That's the only answer you need. I'm a big advocate for, you have to be engaged in the right environment that you thrive in. And if it's that day, you have to attack it. This ain't no hobby. Do you want to make the money you want? You have to attack it. It's not, I'm going to make $500 a day. Look, there's a day where you can make $5,000. But you need to understand the market better, and you need to understand where you have peak performance both in yourself and the strategy, and have to show up and execute, guys. Because if you don't do that, the losses are, if your winners are average, your losses are just going to eat up those winners. You're just in a cycle that, there's a day trading cycle where people are just day trading and they're losing what they're making because they're making the same as their amount as they're losing. All right, let's see here. We can form some acceptance up here in both ES and NQ near the IB highs, then we can break out of here. But it's range bound action, don't have any high expectations.
Yeah, Nada's asking, hey, would that be the same advice for passing a prop eval? Don't worry about the dollars. Yeah, you're 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 never. Isn't the goal to be a good trader, right? Isn't the goal to become a consistently profitable trader, even if you're taking an eval path on that journey? Isn't that the goal? So every day you should be trying to put in quality reps and fixating on P&L and daily profit targets and these things. Those are bad reps. Those are not good reps. They're not getting you better, even if they get you closer to passing an eval. Unfortunately, it's one of the biggest things I see right now is guys who end up getting good and coming to Apteros and they show up with a lot of bad habits from kind of having lived in the eval world for a while. We have to untrain them off a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, and you know what? 1 second. Yes, it did.
This attempted down move here is getting pretty long in the tooth. It's turned into a sideways down rotation where the sellers are continuing, as we've seen, to get absorbed by passive buyers. So I'll be looking to scratch out of this if it pops up towards my stop. It's do or die right here. I'm out. Yeah, debt, isn't that the way life works here on this earth? Everything is opposite. The road to the good stuff is hard, painful. The road to the bad stuff is easy, feels good. Great scratch out there.
Zero 424.
All right, let's see if we make a little cleaner high here. The current one's kind of mushy. See if we can kind of wick through the 70s and if sellers show up. If not, like I said, we flip bullish. Please don't turn here. Please don't turn here.
Like it wants doesn't want to push out. I mean, ES is just so much stronger than NQ. Yeah, I'll probably get out of my rest of the trade if we can't push out of here. It means we're gonna stay in the range and we're gonna go back down.
Well, I hate it, but I'm in it. Tape's getting a little squirrely. I don't care what NQ is doing. I'm not trading NQ.
My trade was ES, would have held it. I mean, my guy, it's going up. Why wouldn't I hold it? There would be no reason for me to get out of it if it's trending higher. Yeah, it should have pushed out by now. this is where we sort of die down and either push out or go back into the range. Do we see the inverted head and shoulders? I haven't looked at a head and shoulders in years, my friend. I am sorry. I don't know. I trade the IB strat only on NQ. The NQ produces better results. I am long NQ here on the IB strat. Let me share those accounts. Oh, come on. Here. And then the personal account over here, another personal account, which was a little bit late of an entry. So it's currently in a little bit of a loss. But we'll see if it works and we push out to 2R and 4R, or we take a stop. By the way, that 2R looks really far away. Let's see. Oh, I took the wrong screenshot. What is the 2R? High, 325.75, 326.75. Low, 290.25, 289.25. Okay, 2R would be 401.75. Well, I'll have that trading in the background. There's really not much going on. What's my NQ target? Well, we're in a range, so we're at the highs of this range. I would say the weekly open 410s, but it doesn't look like we're going to push out of this range. All right, I'm going to close the rest here. I'm out on the rest of the original long. And that's it for me in trading this range.
All right. Do we think I got it this time?
I think so.
It is a mushy high, but man, the S&P that's one of the adaptations I've made in my trading lately, is being more okay against mushy highs and lows in the S&P, because it's just leaving them behind more frequently. It's turning into ZN.
All right, looks like I took a stop on the IB trade as well. Yeah.
It's a good trade location here. I don't really care which way it goes. Get a fresh shift above 70s. That'll make for some good trading. Push us to 75.90, 7600 area across yesterday's main distribution. Just a weird below average volume day with some passive order flow. Got any weekend plans?
My girlfriend's birthday, so just go out and
Nice.
treat her.
Nice.
What
Tell
about
her I
you?
said hey, and tell her I said happy birthday. Wait, no, she usually watches, right? Happy birthday.
Don't ever talk like that to my girlfriend, okay?
Strategery.
Come on, man.
uh, what are you gonna do?
My wife is going to be with her brother who's having major surgery, and so I'll be home with the kiddos.
I hope the surgery goes well.
Thank you.
I don't do any other streams, the Bear Raider. This is the only stream I do. I was never really a streamer. I don't think I am. Uh, I don't know other social media other than X. Yeah, it's just choppity chop chop.
Tubapi. Yeah, gold with that just straight line move. 60, 70 points. Just kind of took back the overnight move up with vengeance. Nice trade, Chubby. Did that Jared Tendler retail therapy thing already happen?
Yeah, yesterday at the
Oh, I
close.
missed it. I was laid up in bed. I should have watched it. Love that guy. Soon as we sign off this stream, S&P is going to tank.
Chop chop chop.
Cool. Yeah, he's great.
What did I close? Did I see the semi spike pre-market? What was that about? Uh, I don't know. I just know Broadcom got hit hard. I don't know why there was a spike pre-market.
Nick and Stowe coming up next. Yeah, Nick, you're gonna really have to assert yourself on the stream. The other Nick, the new Nick, is like saying there's only one Nick and all kinds of crap like that. You're gonna have to pony up. Let them know what's what. I thought you changed your name.
Why did I do that? Oh, yeah, why?
What?
Doesn't want to break down.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, it looks like it's about to go to 75.80. Just coiling up here.
All right, do we get a push now? Looks like it.
Mm-hmm. Gladly stand aside right here.
Yo. Good morning.
Hey, fellas.
Good morning, gentlemen. How's it going?
Hello, hello.
Going good. How are you?
Oh, good. Doing good. What's this? Is there another Nick?
There's a new Nick in town, and evidently it's, it's the only Nick. And I'm like, hey, we already have a Nick. What's going on?
Is there like a Nick around I got to fight or something? What's going on?
Yeah, there's only one Nick allowed on the program, so I will stand my ground here, and to quote, I guess,
you guys have that law in Texas?
Never mind. I'm just gonna drift this.
It's cool. It was too early. I heard
too
you.
Too early. Chill.
I saw he was him and T were friends. So if this needs to be T trades of fake Nick versus Stowe and real Nick, I'm down. By the way,
But also, I mean, T trades and I I thought we were friends. So
did I.
I thought we had some good moments in Naples, but there's only allowed to be one Nick on NT Live, and I will gladly, trial by combat here to decide who stays and who goes.
Same.
Let's have a sharp ratio off.
Well, all we have to do is show a picture of T-Trade's face to the internet, and he folds immediately. Nick, so we got him. We got him down.
I do know what T looks like.
Leverage. Well, y'all in any positions?
Yeah,
I was trying to get short up here. NQ's like value area high, opening range high, and just getting shoved. So I'm out.
Yeah, it was a good spot. It's kind of the upper end of.
There we go.
My bearish zone.
Let's go.
They're just relentless. Here's the squeeze.
I bought the 150s and 160s because it was V range, nice low, good buyer down there. We're still like monthly time frame trendy, so I'm still holding on to that. And we had some gaps to fill. I also bought ES at 75.51. I still have that position on. I'm just kind of watching NQ at this point and not letting go of my ES long for those reasons. Previous day low on NQ is like 9,000 miles from here. So I don't know, maybe.
Cool, nice trade location in the S&P.
Yeah, actually, I felt terrible about it. to be honest, when I
isn't
got
that
in.
a lot of times the best ones?
Yeah, I'm just like, well, I missed this. I should have bought 48. And I'm like, all right, hell, I'll get in here. And they let me live. They let me survive with like 1 point May. So I'm like, okay. I won't argue. I got my face kicked in yesterday. So if the market wants to be nice to me today, I'm going to take it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Chris, enjoyed it as always, my brother.
Yes, it was a good sesh. See you next week. You guys have a good session here.
Yeah.
Okay, I will. Sounds
Better,
good.
boys.
Enjoy the rest of your week, right, guys?
Thank you,
Take care.
homies.
See
Later,
you, fellas.
chat.
Bye, chat.
Well, good morning, Nick. Good
Good
morning, man.
my friend.
How are you?
Oh, I'm good. Just been, trying to get long because as the natural occurrence of life and all things in the universe, it's that sellers will eventually drop the ball as they have so far.
Yeah.
Today, when it looked like it was so over once again.
Well, yeah. I did wait. I'm proud of myself. I did wait because I was like, I don't know. Two out of three of the time frames were doing sneaky bear things, but the big long-term one was still very bullish. And I was like, man, every time this happens, this is when I get cooked trying to join the downtrend.
Well, this is like
And-
a decent example of it because you could have easily been baited into this just very easily based on us starting, these are 1 hour candles, like us starting to build into last week's value area right here. Oops, sorry. Last week's value area here. So you could have absolutely been sucked into trying to short like a reoffer up here at 300s, like I was kind of looking to do for that trip, probably back down to, 30,000 kind of 50s would make a lot of sense to fall into last week's distribution. But once again, sellers have absolutely fallen on their face.
that's what I count on them for. So I'm happy. I'm happy for that. Below, we still like anything above 865 is still monthly bullish time frame for me. So, and we got way over our skis down here.
Oh yeah.
That being said, I am looking at like 390 as first resistance. I don't know if we're gonna pull this whole gap fill off. This seems crazy.
Yeah. I don't know. We're at settlement here on ES, and you got V range here on NQ. Week open just a touch higher. So the next 50 points in the Nasdaq, absolutely, you could see a seller stepping back into this tape.
Yeah.
But for the most part, the rest of the Mag 7 is just shaking off the poor, I guess the B squad semiconductor names. Who just apparently can't do what everybody else is doing. So, nobody cares. Nobody cares about anything. Just keep buying the dip, I guess, is still the regime we are in.
Never change, market. Never change. Never change. Well, and that being said, if we can hold above 69, I'm back in neutral ES world. So if ES is going to keep partying and it wants to drag NQ along with it to fill that gap, I will be pumped.
Well, did you not catch the rotation this morning out of tech and into toilet paper? your favorite pair trade.
No, I missed it. Did everybody panic buy toothpaste for 10 seconds and then be like, wait a minute?
I can't remember the exact nouns that you used to describe the Dow, but it was something in toilet paper.
It's banks and toilet paper.
Yeah. So
you'd be amazed what Procter and Gamble makes. They make like literally every damn thing that there is.
I was trying to explain, like, big to my wife, that big diapers out there, like big diaper,
yes,
the big, and I was like, no, it's really just Johnson & Johnson and I think Procter and Gamble are basically who makes like Pampers and whatever the other one is. And then I was trying to figure out, went down the rabbit hole of trying to see who Costco does as their dupe. And I'm pretty sure it's Pampers, but someone else in the chat might correct me. I say this because I was at Costco on Tuesday.
You know what we used to do? It was maybe like the smartest parenting thing. This doesn't apply to us anymore because none of us. I mean, you might be going around too, so you might need this later. But there was a company called Hello Bello, and these diapers were so cool. They had like electric guitars and lightning bolts, and like they had the coolest designs. And every box came with like a really nice stuffed animal. It was all mail order delivery, and they were just as expensive as the good like non-toxic diaper or whatever frou frou first child thing that we got.
Oh yeah, we got the bougie diapers. Don't worry.
Yeah.
We're a coterie household here, and it's slowly eating all of my NQ points every month.
How about you, chat? You guys live? You okay?
Yeah, everybody having fun. This was I mean, once again, it seems like just a better trade. If you were trading Globex, you probably had a little more fun. And then we do RTH things, which just the tape slows down and nothing really happens and nothing ever happens, and we consolidate.
I mean, it's piss missile time now. We'll see what happens at 400.
Yeah,
and don't forget, we got 420 guy to contend with. This is kind of my last. This is my first target here at 77.50 and also at 400 on NQ. I don't want to let it go because it's just buying the hell out of itself right now. So,
yeah, 420s. I'd say there's no reason to stand in front of this until the week open.
Yeah. I got 100 points open on NQ. I'm going to close it. I'm going to keep this runner. I'm going to tuck down here. All right. Yep. Okay. So NQ's done. I feel pretty good about this. This was a nice, I mean, I tried it way too early. I tried to buy 220s, 240s. I got a couple off and then I got eaten alive. But I got in here pretty intently. And then I was doing a lot of adding here. Just basically just ping-ponged from 300 to 325 until this thing broke to the upside.
Look at this. Piss missile is right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. I like it. But yeah, I guess my target up here for ES is just going to be the weekly VWAP 92. Maybe I'll come up here front run this 2 deviation guy. But holy bid, Batman.
Mm-hmm. Where it just gets a little cray-cray.
You long 2 fly here. Good. Flight here. Did you see me play guitar yesterday? I was hoping that would get me into Kiddo's #1 rank because I heard Salma slipped in behind me again.
My goodness, still going.
Woo! That's right.
I know this is a trading stream. We're not talking geometry, but that is quite the angle of trajectory to the upside here.
It's like one of those joke charts people make where that goes up so hard it goes backwards.
Yeah.
We got a call wall at 550. Okay, I'll take it. That's far away. Let's go.
Every once in a while, I don't bother to have my option levels that I write every morning with on my charts, or because I take them off because it just becomes too many lines. And then I'm like, oh yeah, I think there is an option something gamma over here.
Oh, hell yeah. There we go. All right. I hadn't looked at the P&L. We erased yesterday, Nick, so it's good. It's good. Everything's fine. Back on the horse. Oh. Yeah, yesterday was dumb. I did I did so many things I should not have done yesterday. I had many red flags on the journal. I'm gonna take your Claude's suggestions and throw them at my Claude's suggestions. And when I was setting that up this morning, I was like, this is kind of like if me and Nick's kids had a play date, you know?
It's not entirely untrue. That's funny. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, I was trying to break between me and a couple of my agents that I've built. One of them is his whole job is to find is to scrape the developer tools and find vulnerabilities in random things. So I sicked him on Stowe stats vibe check thing, and gave Stowe some feedback on just some little changes to make bugs we found or anything like that. There was nothing crazy. So
that's good. That's
nice
cool.
job on the beta build, because usually you left a credential or something sitting somewhere in no man's land, or Claude did, not you, because I know you're not building this shit in HTML.
Yeah. Nope. Not too bad. Yeah, I was like, Claude, make sure you share with Nick's Claude. But I'm excited.
But yeah,
I'm excited. We're gonna roll it out
closer to pushing it GA. So
do you want to roll it out on Sunday on the show?
We can.
All right.
We should.
Cool.
Can do that. I don't know. I'm doing we'll see what XY and I can put up tonight, but that's been a mad scientist build for me the last 24 hours.
Yeah, you guys are streaming tonight?
Yeah, we're gonna do we'll see. I don't know. There hasn't been a lot of I think the greatest of sequences of shenanigans and things to watch. I don't know. Maybe XY has seen more that we can walk through, but we'll do a little kind of midweek check-in is kind of the end goal with some replay stuff. So it should be fun.
Cool.
And you're welcome to join us, my friend, if you're sitting around.
I might just come in on my laptop, so because the kid will be sleeping.
Yeah, you don't have to do anything if you just want to hang out with us in the green
room.
All
right, cool. Yeah, I'll come hang.
I don't know. I don't know what to do. Maybe see if we get a pullback to 390s to jump along the train. Apparently is higher, or we reoffer ES up here.
Well, this I don't know. Again, I don't know how much is left, but in my dumb thing, if this helps you, once above 55, then this next 40-point rotation is 82%, and now we've hit this thing. I've noticed in trendy environments, this is normally between the 0.5 and the 1. This is normally the consolidation zone. It's somewhere in here. I mean, it's not building shit right now. It's just going straight up. But this is where I would look to get long continually. And then below this 350, I guess, then I'd probably let it go. Where's this previously low? Dude, we're almost there, man.
I mean, I have, what are we at? 85. Yeah, what is it? It's like the value area low is right here in ES from this week's. So,
not a seller to be found. They turned them off.
Just somebody running a buy program. Once again, I guess I should have just been trading crude. I've said this every day. As we just keep drifting higher and balancing, and RTH for equities has just been either get long, find a place to get long, or you're going to miss the day. Meanwhile, crude is doing some fun crude things, and it trades so much more technically when I look back and write the prep stuff and spit out levels. I'm like, God, it really just goes within a few ticks of MGI levels, and it's why am I not just trading here and putting limit orders with some simplistic ATR stops and just letting my life move on?
It doesn't feel
like I'm trading when I do that.
Well, it honestly, crude just doesn't feel like anything to me. It just feels like it's just clunking around. I don't know how to explain why I can't trade the damn thing, but I'll sit there, I'll try to vibe with it. It gives me no vibe. It just slaps it, teleports around.
Yeah. but it teleports around with structure for some reason.
I know. I just can't. I can't figure it out. So
but
for that
like
reason, it drives me crazy.
If you try to like diddle in the middle and try to, I think in a weird way, like use order flow stuff on it a little more, like lean into that being your entry, you will have a bad time.
Yeah.
Like the vibes on it are just a lot harder to like be vibing with in the middle.
Okay. Sebastian, I use 3,000 volume for ES.
And I use 1,500. So
this is quite a slow. That is the one thing about me I have that is weird, is I have stuck with this 3,000 thing. I really have.
Yeah, I've never turned it up that high, to be honest.
Yeah. I've often thought about going lower, like in the summertime, but then I never do it.
There you go, Josh. That's the way to do it. Just front run it.
Smart. Very smart. That's some autistic stuff.
Micro Bitcoin. No, the micro Bitcoin, I have never actually traded with real money. I've done it in prop and I have passed evaluations before. But
cool.
Only I did that when it was like really, really volatile and things were moving in crypto. Whatever. That was a certain time last year that I passed an eval. And I did it to be funny. Like that was the whole point. But it was just because there was an asset class that was actively moving. So there were larger swings. So it was simple. But other than that, I'd never really actively trade it. I think it really depends on when crypto is, like I said, actually moving. But I did notice it does trade pretty technically, at least the CME futures contract. Like it trades, a lot based on volume. So it's for someone like me that uses volume by price, it does, once again, taking out the order flow equation of it, but just kind of trading level by level, MGI by MGI, it does work.
Oh, that's a loaded question, Pedro.
Yeah, there's no exact answer. It really depends on you.
Yeah.
And what your life is. If that makes any sense, because I could tell you to zoom out to a 4-hour trade micro ES and literally just be basing it off longer time frame trend, in which case any pullback probably within 0.5%, you're trying to scale in longs, and like it just depends. But if you have time to sit at the charts, or you only have time to trade for like an hour a day before you go to your real job, then your time frame probably is going to be a little shorter.
Yeah, it just depends on what you want to accomplish, how you feel,
what you want to trade.
Yeah. I mean, lots of people don't like to trade all day. I like to be in the mix. I like to be involved. It's a weakness of mine for sure. Over managing positions, wanting to be in a trade, all this stuff. I found that it was easier for me to try to if you look at yourself honestly, you'll see a bunch of holes in your game that are all like personality related, typically. And it was easier for me to just kind of build those flaws into my trading style as opposed to try to change who I am as a person. So I put safeguards in there. One thing I do is I don't trade minis in the morning anymore. I only really get into a mini trade in the afternoon. It has to be a certain kind of setup. It gives me like more shots at trades, shit like that. Because I think that my ability to be in the mix and kind of take a couple reps before I get something going, that's just part of the way that I learn and process information. So I can't really eliminate it. But as far as time frame goes or any other thing, you just got to figure that out for yourself.
I'm going to try a short here.
Happy Thursday, Driver Trades. Yes, your personality sucks. You're welcome.
I've heard that before in my dating world, I guess. They're not going to film me on that second one, are they?
No. Nope.
It's going to roll to 0 now with just a 1 lot. As is tradition.
No, Hassan, I'm not in the market all day. I do trade every day. And I am in the, I'm watching the market if, I don't know, there's sometimes, rarely, well, I'm trying to do it more. If I, like, I'll be back this afternoon. I'm probably not going to trade this afternoon. Something that XY really said that stuck with me a lot is like, he's got a process, and deep, if you start to do things like, I'll just trade small size, or I'll just trade an eval or something like that, you start to disrespect the process in a way, maybe subconsciously. So I'm taking that piece of advice from my friend. I'm going to try to FAFO a little less. See what happens. Plus, I got to be honest with this damn journal. And there's a lot of pressure when you got to be honest with the thing to not do dumb stuff. So. Hey, sure, Jaro. Did Jared say that? Jared probably stole that from me. You guys don't know this, but a lot of Jared's book, text messages I sent Jared a long time ago.
Yeah, I caught the first part of Jared's segment yesterday, and then I just quickly realized, like, I have not left this office since like 6:45 this morning. So I was like, I need to go outside. So I set up the easy up because it's hot as heck out here. And a water table for the little one. So she had shade, and we just like sat outside, and I had my swamp cooler fan going, and just, was chilling in 95 degrees with the baby. So that was fun.
That's awesome. I saved Jared's thing for my run today.
Nice.
So I'm going to run in between shows, watch yesterday's show, and come back and do the afternoon for XY. So you and me get to hang twice today.
Yeah, it's going to be a good day.
Double.
Yeah, with the Arena Cup, I've been doing doubles on Thursday instead of doing the Open. So this is now my longer day. It's all good though, actually. And then I'm streaming later tonight with you again. So yeah, long day for the two of us, man.
We are literally putting in a 10-hour shift today. This is great.
I'm just gonna make XY talk. XY can run the whole thing tonight. I can just push buttons.
Nick, I'll ask you this question. Nathan says, Nick, can you explain what you look for, or what behavior or characteristics do you look for in the DOM before entering a trade?
So, I mean, there's a lot there, but visually you start to kind of see when someone is continuing to kind of sit on the offer or on the bid and just eating up every order or crossing the spread continuously. XY does a good breakdown of this. He's done it via like GIFs and stuff too, like to actually show you kind of the shenanigans that can happen on a DOM or what we kind of look for.
Yep.
Even Stowe does too. Yeah. Stowe puts up the screenshots of like, look at this joker over here, as he says, these turkeys. But you start to, once you've kind of seen that enough times, then you see that what happens next. For example, this guy clearly has left the building that got me in this trade to begin with. So I'm going to get likely stopped out with a new high of the day here as I'm talking, as is tradition here. But yeah, you start to see those things kind of happen. I don't know if characteristics is the word I would necessarily use, but you see kind of that pattern of what a seller or a buyer kind of initiating at one price point or within like a bucket of a price on NQ, for example, kind of continuing to sit there. And then for me, I have time in sales next to it. And when someone crosses that spread, I am so caveman smooth brained at this point that I want it to flash the bright blue color or the bright red color when someone does it, because it just works better for my brain as I'm watching kind of the pull stack and like the price ladder. It just, all of that kind of working in tandem for me is how I visualize it, to kind of give me the confidence to enter in a spot. So it's a kind of a long-winded answer. As I said, XY breaks it down because he is the Dom ninja, as I would call him, more than the two of us are.
Yes.
So yeah, I'll make him explain that tonight. Why not?
There you go. Hey, there we go.
But here's the other thing too, as you've been doing this for so long and you've seen these things happen over time, like you start to see the little shenanigans on the DOM, the same type of thing happening at reversals, at pushes above like structure, or us leaving like a volume node one way or the other. Like you kind of see what happens, or when suddenly there's nobody sitting on the bid anymore as sellers are stepping in, like that next kind of sequence. So that muscle memory kicks in too.
Yeah, it's just like I don't know, if you go get a job in a warehouse, there's got some guy that's been there for 15 years and he's really good at driving the forklift. It's just shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
You just like, if you drive the forklift long enough, pretty soon you can drive the forklift with your eyes closed. You can people ask you to put the hard pallets up on the high shelf, things like that.
Nick, where are you guys streaming? We'll just do it on my channel. The same one we've been using. It's just gonna be super casual. That's what we do. Very, very casual. If anyone wants to hang out, but talking trades, we'll do some walkthroughs and stuff like that. That's kind of the point of the late night show.
Hey Spencer, the journal thing, the vibe check thing is for anybody. There's not anything order flow related about it at all. Anybody can use that. It's just, the entire thing is a way to get yourself into a ritual of checking in with yourself every day, being honest with your performance, and being honest about your emotional and physical readiness, so that you can begin to correlate that data that is sometimes not often quantified. Like, it's very easy to export your trades and see your profit factor and your win rate and your MA and your MFE and all that stuff, but it's very difficult to draw some sort of correlation between your emotional and physical readiness and that actual performance. So the idea for Vibe Check is to do that.
Yeah, it's funny because it's a glaring hole, and I know you're kind of vibe coding an idea, and it's actually a very good one. Like, there's no journaling thing like has the gut check kind of logic, or makes you ask yourself hard questions, which is why I love this thing.
Thanks, man.
Because like, no, and I wrote that too, is like, that pre-market like mental checklist when I did the course. Like, I have something similar of like the things that you run through, because good traders do these things. This is just good mental game habits that you can build for yourself. But if you can't ask yourself the tough questions, you're not going to be in this for the long haul, because you have to, it's the truest version of yourself. When there's money at risk, and it's the most difficult easy money you can ever make, it shows you the rawest version of yourself. That is the truth.
Yep. The crazy thing is, like, I made it and I've been doing it. It still helps me every morning. Like this morning, I go through the checklist and I'm like, oh, you know what? I didn't look at what news was happening today. So I'm like, I have to go look, and I have to cross that off the list so I can cross it off the checklist. And just that little tiny moment of like, hey, did you do this? I was like, no, you know what? I didn't. I haven't looked at what news is coming today. Crazy. So I don't know. We'll see.
Yes, sitting on the
highs.
See if
anybody cares about it.
Sitting on the lows of this little node. Interesting. ES wants a new high. NQ is just sitting, hasn't stopped me out yet, which famous last words.
Hey, what's up, Radish? What's up, Turgulus? Your name is so hard for me to say.
Turgulus?
Turgulus.
Turgulus.
Hey, you're welcome, Spencer. Yeah, tune in Sunday. We'll get you in signed up. We'll see. We'll see if it destroys everything when we get more than 15 people on there.
Biasan, those thumbnails are real. Those are real pictures of me and the boys. Like, nothing, there's no editing or Photoshop of anything. These are real photography shots that we have made out there in real world.
Except the one where I'm Doc Brown. My hairline is not that high.
It was just a wig. It was just a wig for that photo shoot. And we did, no one knows, but Leo actually has a DeLorean. He's a big Back to the Future buff, so we naturally has purchased that.
Dude, that would be sick.
I would 100% have that. Like a complete working replica. I would totally drive that if I had tech money, I guess. If I was long NVIDIA since 2020, I would probably have a complete movie replica at this point.
Oh, if only. I would still go buy my high school car from. There's a couple in Vegas that I look at all the time. I would still. I would go do that. I might do it if they still exist next year.
I would have a 60s Mustang, likely.
That's cool.
Fully, I would try to find one that's like fully restored with like original OEM parts.
That's
like,
awesome.
No, that'd be really fun. That I'm like jealous of Jack's restored Bronco too that he has in Chicago. That's like another one that I would love to have.
Let me check it.
Where can I find Stowe's Vibe Check? It was in beta. So we're gonna release, or he's gonna release it later this week or this weekend. Provided everything goes well with his light edits.
Yeah, should be fine. Leo sent me some good colors too. So
he wasn't a fan of your of the Vibe.
Nah, he didn't orange? He didn't like the orange. And he was right. He was right.
And he is he's a harsh critic when it comes to color.
He's passionate.
No, he is. He definitely is. And I mean, I see a lot of ugly charts out there in the trading space, and I think visually pleasing, I think I ruin them in some capacity, but some of the base models of the chart books and stuff that he's created over the years, like, it looks a lot better than a lot of the out of the box things that are out there in the space, just visually pleasing aesthetic wise. So a lot of thought put into these.
There's one in Michigan. It's white. You know, $10,000 for a car from 1989 with 160,000 miles on it seems like too much money. Does that seem overpriced to anybody?
That does seem like too much money.
It's Michigan too, so it's like,
I think that's expensive.
Expensive. This thing's been in the salt. Oh, dude, it looks so sick though. Oh my God.
Are we not even gonna kiss the week open? Like, we're just gonna keep
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Like, I'm not looking for a whole lot on this. Ideally back to 380s, but I don't think we're going to do that. Maybe even Ivy High would be nice.
Doesn't Jack have a restored Bronco? Am I crazy?
Yeah, that's cool. He showed me a picture of it when we were in Miami, but yeah, that's just a cool one. I kind of like that look. I don't know. The problem is, like, every time I go down the car rabbit hole, I'm just like, I don't need a car. I barely go anywhere. My 2017 F-150 has less than 50,000 miles on it.
Yeah, you're stuck.
I'm like, I don't need a car. My wife needs a car before I need a car. I don't go anywhere.
I will need a new actual car soon, for sure.
Like,
when
I don't drive know. I go get groceries. If I was going to an office every day, I guess that'd be different, but
you know, it would be a good business idea. You can steal this from me if you want, chat. A car rental service that is only for going from your house to Costco and back. Because I think that's all I would need.
I could probably between Walmart plus grocery delivery, and I have to also be able to, like, drive to Whole Foods too, and Target. Yeah. If I could do Costco, Target, and Whole Foods, I do not need a car.
I don't know how much your Amazons are doing this, but I basically have Whole Foods in my Amazon cart, and it is trying to get me to buy groceries every time. And I've started to do it, and I'm like, this is insane. It's just groceries showing up with my Amazon stuff now.
I do it for anything that's not, like, for produce. So if if they're like, oh, okay, I'm ordering this, and if I add a gallon of milk for the baby, like, it'll get delivered in the next 3 hours. I'm like, great, throw the milk in there. Save me another thing that I can cross off the grocery list for tomorrow.
Yeah,
like, I do it for stuff like that. So all the power to them. Granted, last time I went to I have 2 Whole Foods near me. One of them is purely it seems like it is 100% like the Dallas hub for grocery delivery.
Okay.
Because it's very dystopian sometimes when I like walk in there in the middle of the day and I'm the only real customer. Everyone else is just picking groceries and wearing like the Whole Foods Prime vest. And I'm like looking around and nobody's apparently shopping for groceries but me. And it's weird. Very, very dystopian and sad.
Yeah, there is what's that called? It's like I forget what sci-fi thing I'm trying to think of, but something about when the task rabbits take over, and it's just like you're not even supposed to be doing the task anymore. The normal everyday thing is now eliminated.
But
I definitely feel like that.
To bring back up our lovely friend Mike Judge, Silicon Valley had that in an episode. And this is years ago. And this is once again predicting the future. Mr. Idiocracy, Office Space, and Silicon Valley. But that was years ago, and it's finally like actually happening. Where if you walk into a grocery store, everyone is apparently just shopping for other people.
That's got to be what I was thinking of. Because I just did that rewatch.
Yeah, it's very sad. Because I like picking out I like going to get groceries and deciding what I'm going to make and kind of feeling it on vibes. But I like to cook, I guess, is the difference.
No, me too. Did I tell you? Yeah, I like going. Did I tell you I'm in this like protein diet nightmare thing for myself?
Oh God.
Did I tell you I was going to do this?
No. How much protein do you need a day?
175 grams.
Okay.
It's hard to get. And I only have...
It is unless you can get about 40 with your breakfast without a shake.
Well, I've only got 1,800 calories to work with every day.
That's my point.
Yep.
So it's like eggs and like cottage cheese, and it's like the calorie thing is kind of where you start looking for where like you do in anything with stocks, you look for value where you can't find it, and the value comes back to like protein to calorie ratio. I'm not a counting my macros guy, but and keep in mind when I start actually like eating for like that, it's because I'm on like a 5,000 plus a day calorie, but that's when I was trading for Ironmans and stuff. But it didn't matter. I'm just trying to keep calories in, and I'm housing like a frozen pizza mixed with a PB&J and like a smoothie, and then that's lunch. So I've never had to do it where it's like under 2,000 calories. Make sure you're hitting your protein goal. Oof.
You think it's low, Omni? Yeah, you might know. It's 1,800 to 2,000 is what I'm trying to do. Also, I'm just getting back to running. My foot is still jacked, so I'm still just doing lightweight stuff. It has been fun. Like, it really makes you think about like all of the stuff more. Just to pay attention to like, okay, how much is this? Like, how much is in this? I've never done any of that before. And I'm like, holy shit, I should have been looking at all of this. Right? Some of these things are completely empty. This is just calories for no reason. It's cool.
There's plenty of things like that in my house. And I'm just like, why am I doing this? And this is where like there's an aspect of trading and, personality types and little quirks about me that I've learned, I guess, as you age and have honest conversations with yourself. But I am at night when I don't have something to do and I'm trying to like wind down sometimes. My wife's watching whatever the hell she's watching and it's not holding my interest. I am like an anxious like snacker where like I'll go, just raid the pantry for something because purely out of boredom.
Yep. 100%.
It's like, let me go get some pretzels. And then it's like, okay, I'll grab 2 Oreos. All right, I'm thirsty. Let me do this. And suddenly it's like, I'm just mindlessly eating for no reason.
I weigh like 190, trying to get to 170-ish. Honestly, I need better life insurance, and this is the main motivator for this. And folks, I'm not trying to be unk in the chat, not talking about trading. This is kind of like trading. A life insurance policy is kind of a trade. When you get old, people start to wonder if you're worth insuring or not. So you have to prove it to them.
Am I worth insuring? I don't have life insurance anymore. I just realized that.
Dude.
I should. Well, I probably should get it now with the kid and my wife being a stay-at-home mom, because I used to have it. I know, but like it's one of these realizations, like I know this, but I also used to have it because I paid into it through employers, and I guess I never, until you said this, it never really pushed back into my brain again. Like, oh yeah, I meant to do that.
I need to write. Yeah, I need to. I was also thinking about this last night, was because I was going through all the life insurance stuff, and I was like, I have like a basic will, and I was like, I should put some really weird stuff in the will, like Willow gets this, but she has to make like a really stupid business with it. She can't use it for anything practical. I should make some pranks in the will, because I would like to haunt. I would like to haunt my kid a little bit with pranks from the afterlife.
Like the most random person gets your guitar.
Yeah, exactly.
And they have to do, but you have to do this. You have to go teach guitar at a children's something. Oh man.
Oh, price crossed above HVL level. Oh, for gold. Okay. Gold's doing gamma stuff. I was like, price hasn't crossed above anything over here. It'd be sick if this rolled over for you, Nick.
Guys, I know the health insurance thing. I'm also playing into not health insurance, life insurance thing. I'm playing into the bit.
You know what I do for health insurance? I go to the hospital and I just give them a random 9 digits for my social security number every time. And I've never paid for anything.
Unethical Life Tips by Stowe.
And for the name, I just give them random Will Ferrell character names every time. Pro tip. Oh, yes, fraud. Just kidding. And don't do that.
Can we like just roll over this 420 guy, please, so that I can get monies to afford the policy of life insurance that I need, apparently, from everybody in the chat?
Oh, James says also include what happens to my cats. What happens to my cats? They're on their own, bro. Open the door. Off they go.
I would imagine, I think cats probably, of any household pet, that probably is the most adaptable to the wild, like instantaneously. Like they go full prehistoric, like the second you're gone. They're fine. Don't worry about them.
All this dude wants to do is go outside. He stares at birds constantly. That's my gift to him, is like, all right, man. I told the adoption lady I'll never let you outside. Guess what? I've kicked the bucket, and now you can go get that bird. Enjoy yourself.
Yeah, one of my Goldens would adapt just fine. He has decided to catch and bring me 2 squirrels on 2 separate occasions, and those are not the easiest things to catch.
Yeah, agree.
But yeah, could have been a true bird dog if he was, I guess, not a family golden retriever, and I actually lived that type of lifestyle, like some of my friends here in Texas do.
Yeah.
I just like the guy who owns the boat. I like to be the guy who has the friend that owns the boat, like I do with like hunting, like too. Like it's never my lease, it's never my land. I just like to go with the friends that do this stuff regularly. So they're the ones with the real bird dogs. I'm not going to train and treat my dog that way. I rather have the family dog. That's very nice.
Dude, I would love a bird dog. They are beautiful. I mean, we know our good friend has a bird dog.
Pointers are awesome. I mean, some of those breeds are just amazing.
But it's so much freaking work, dude.
It is. And you can't love them and cuddle them the way you do a normal dog all the time.
Yeah.
Like some people do, but I notice like the ones that treat them like that very positively and reinforce like the way I love my dogs. They're older. They're on like the back tier of the bird dog life, where they're just kind of cruising. But when they're young and you're training them, like, yeah, it's a little different. I did get one off at 420. So now let's see if we get the full roll back to kind of the IB high, and I probably will cover this other one. So at least we salvaged this session.
Hell yeah. Hey, Tracy's got something. Daly says she's bullish on AI, but next year will be the litmus test. Okay. Hey, bud, did you hear me talking about you? Did you hear? You get to go outside someday.
And you'll be fine.
This little monster.
I think I would like cats if I wasn't allergic, I think.
I'm extremely allergic for what it's worth.
Good for you, man.
I find an air purifier takes care of most of it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I do need to get the new air purifiers for my house. I don't know. I just, every time I buy something, my toddler now decides something, she's going to find a way to make it inconvenient for me to have said items. So we're in a weird, it's that weird stage, man. She's as feral as they come right now.
I love it. I love it. I read something last night about cats that it's like cats make everyday life pain easier to deal with because of just the pure insanity that they bring to every situation. Like, dude will be passed out, and then all of a sudden, dude will be running laps around. Like, he found an ant last night, and he stared at it for 3 hours. I was like, can you seriously leave the ant alone? And he's like, nope, I gotta watch it. And 3 hours, Nick. And I just laughed for 3 hours. So this is the joy that cats can bring you if you're willing to deal with how stupid they are.
Guys, I'm just not. Because I always had dogs. I'm just a dog guy. I've got 2 very loving, great golden retrievers. I had a husky for 12 years. Wife had golden retrievers. We always had like small mutt dogs as a family that we rescued. So yeah, just a dog guy. Always will be. Granted, with the baby, like, or now toddler, she like rough houses those Goldens, and they do absolutely nothing but just let anything happen. So it's like the most ideal breed and temperament right now.
Trying to see
any commentary about this drop. No, we kind of just like lost the node up there and filled in some of this volume, but nothing kind of spearheaded it. We were just
I might add is all I'm thinking. I might try to get in another trade here. I'm just trying to see if NQ can get back up.
I'm watching ES here because ES is starting to accelerate a touch and could go down to like 75, 70s, if not right here at like 73s. So I'm kind of watching ES to potentially cover this. NQ could probably rotate back to like 340s. So maybe get a little more, but I also don't want to be greedy on this, what was a scalp.
I put 2 on. We'll see what happens. I put 2 on. I put my stop and profit here. Added 76 and a quarter, then like 77. Just show you what I was seeing here on the DOM real fast, chat, if you want. Came down here, 75, 75. We're looking for this to hold, like this little bit of non-activity right here. Just rejected 380s. So this is good that only 12 have traded here at 75.50. I want this to stay thin and the bulk of this volume to stay up here. And so first target's going to be up here at 75.80s, like the other half. So I'm looking at like, we're trading the tiny histogram within the histogram. If that makes any sense.
Nick, does leg volume help a lot? I think it does. I think it gives you the shorter snapshot of kind of that profile build, and it helps when you're kind of seeing that build with like absorption. If you're starting to see absorption like the delta profile, then you see the swing leg of the volume profile, and it kind of backs it up. That makes any sense? So for me, it helps.
81.75. We'll do that.
Because it would have helped you like kind of press into this short too, or if you didn't get the fill here, maybe you were going to play the break of this little node that was building that you were starting to watch build up there. So like I said, for the shorter snapshot versus just having the sessions over here, I think it helps. And, like we've talked about before, it'll be released for free.
Man Dude says soon.
Soon.
Let's go. Come on, baby.
Yeah, that's the previous 4-hour high. I could see us bouncing right here. I'm just going to cover this. That's good enough. As soon as you're pushing back to the V range and you're seeing all this buy delta coming here on NQ, you're seeing my candles repaint the extreme blue here. Like no reason getting round trip back up to 420 and panic covering. So
agree.
So did you have a good ad there? Did you add?
Sure did.
Beautiful, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll take one. I will take the other one at actually, it's fine. I will take the other one up here. 91. Or I'll just get stopped. 1.75 stop loss. Okay. Thank you, Alexander Rodriguez, XD4SV. I appreciate you. Feels good. One thing about staying in process, one thing about surviving, making it to the next day after you have a shitty day, feels good, man. Every time I build that little resilience muscle, it feels like $1 million. And I also made a point to have like a really fun day yesterday. I find that really helps me out a lot. So I'm not just like sitting in the funk of disappointment for the rest of the day. Like we goofed hard on the afternoon stream. Yeah, I made sure to not leave any jokes on the table. Jim.
Hey, guys.
Jim.
Good morning. Good morning.
I like the goal of having a really good time every day.
Hell yeah. Of course you do.
Yeah.
Of course you do.
Well, I do my best. Oh, Nick, you're going to be back this afternoon, right?
Yep. And so will Stowe.
Oh, wait a second. No
Yeah,
way.
I'm subbing for XY.
What?
That's right, baby.
I didn't know that. I just learned that just a second. Holy cow, that's awesome. And guess what? You're going to be with Selma also.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. She's a crowd favorite. I love Selma.
Yes, she is. Me too.
Oh, I heard a little bit of discussion about hunting dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You got any feedback on that?
I had a German wire hair pointer for a long time.
Okay.
Who was characterized as the SUV of hunting dogs. She was the best, except if you got the breed right, there's no turning it off.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean, it brings back everything from he brought back a woodpecker once, like it looked like Woody Woodpecker. She brought back a skunk once. That wasn't good.
Yeah.
Cool.
You name it, man. We had coyotes scared to death of her.
Oh man, that's awesome.
Yeah, they're all good. Dogs are
cool.
man.
All right.
Oh man. Well, thanks, guys. Appreciate you as usual. Great job. Let's give these two a round of applause, please. And we'll see you guys this afternoon, man. Have a nice, relaxing lunch. I'm going to do an edge report, and we'll wrap up the stream.
Okie doke.
Thanks.
Sounds good. See you in a
Later,
bit.
guys.
All right. Oh, by the way, I do want to mention we have an early start today. We have a 1:30 start. Shai is going to kick us off with an afternoon update, 1:30, not 2 o'clock, remember. And then Craig Shapiro has special guest Samantha DeLuke Sorry about that. Samantha DeLuke for the micro trade. That's going to be at 135 right after shy. And then we'll do the edge report and we'll get into trading the close. So takeaway there, half hour early, kick it off. Special segment with Samantha and Craig. It's going to be awesome. All right. Edge report. E-mini S&P. Let's start with this. This is a curious, it's been a curious situation right now for the E-mini S&P. So we've had a really nice steady Freddy rally, right? Since we hit these lows here, we kind of wicked through the Jacks 2, and then, even going into the U.S. initial balance and going through the U.S. initial balance, we have a single break to the upside. All the moving averages are moving nice, upward nicely. And we have this volume distribution developing up here above 75, 80 and above. That's a pretty healthy, a start of a pretty healthy volume distribution. Now, I drew a rectangle there just to kind of show you where there wasn't a lot of volume, right? We kind of blew through this area. This is a 30-minute candle. We blew through this area. Once we hit the pivot, that's the pivot point, we kept rolling. And now we just wicked into this area of weak. I'm going to call it an area of price unhappiness, an area of weakness. It's not to say it can't fill in. It certainly could. But right now, this is a really nice support level. So we'll see if this red candle closes in that rectangle or lower before I make a judgment. But right now, this is kind of sitting on support right now. 75.80, I'm going to call it, give or take a couple ticks. I know the candle's still mature and anything could happen at lunchtime. Now, there's targets still on the upside as well, should we resume that trajectory. And we have that 0 DTE call resistance level at 7,600. Nice even level. It's pretty close to R1. Everybody knows I'm a fan of R1. That's 7603. So we'll see if they're pretty close together from areas of interest. So that's a legitimate target in my mind. Above that, we have Jacks 1 at 7625. We have previous sessions highs at 2628, and then that one-day max at 20, just a little bit north at 7630. Again, three areas of interest there. But again, we got to get some traction to the upside. On the downside, once we break through that pivot, if we do, then I'll be looking for that VWAP. Now, that VWAP is still arcing pretty nicely. That's that white line going up there. I have that 20 EMA, and I have the 9 simple moving average, courtesy of Christian Trading Boxes, providing just a totally awesome class and develop your edge last week. If you haven't seen that, go back and do that. 0 DT put support 75.50 right there is also kind of it could act like a magnet sometimes, you guys. And so I'm not sure we're not going to see it again. If we do get it break down, we definitely could see it. The official point of control is, well, it's still official, but it's kind of a wonky point of control. We got 1, 2, 3 different contenders here for the title. So we'll see how the volume profile matures. That's going to be the most important thing, I think. And then finally, bottom of the USIB. The bottom of the initial balance in the U.S. is the same as previous sessions lows. 2 for the price of 1. 75.41 to 42-ish. Below that, Jacks 2 at 25. And then we got that one-day S1 and one-day min. And I'm just going to tell you what the one-day min is. 75.12 and 3/4 if we do get a total breakdown here. But right now, we'll see what happens here. It's looking kind of bullish here for the E-mini S&P. Let's toggle over to, you guessed it, the Bitcoin. The Bitcoin it's trying. It's like the little engine that could, kind of, although it's not. Let's go back to the daily chart really quickly here. It's been ever since the support level broke, right? That was 76,000. I'm rounding up, right? But we broke through that and never looked back. Now, someone might say, well, Jim, this is resistance on the upside, but it's pretty far away right now. We've had several big red candles. We took out that March 30th, 2026 low, 65,150, and we're targeting here this February 6th low of 62,205. Didn't quite get there. Got a little bit of buying coming in. Let's check out the chart. So here's the intraday chart right now. Oh, and an okay volume profile for this particular market. You typically don't get a really nice Gaussian distribution all the time. It's a little wiry, I'd say. But right now, the point of control is kind of in the middle. We're trading right at that right now, around 44,000. One-day min's right below that. So is that 20 EMA. Now, the 9 simple has been arcing up nicely pretty well right now. It's really a nice guide, a support guide, if you want to think of it that way. That's that yellow line kind of arcing up on my chart. right now. Targets on the upside, there's a lot of them. Previous session's highs. We got to it once. This was at, I don't know, around midnight. And then we tried to make a double top. We couldn't. The top of the IB just failed a little bit. So that's a really keen level of resistance right there for probably the rest of the session. JAX 1 and Globex close are all right there together around 65,000. Above that, we have the pivot and the 0 DTE call resistance. Should we get a breakout to the upside? Above that, put support at 67,000 and then one day max 67,385. On the downside, and I'm bearish by the way, on the downside we have that S2 level. I think that would be below the IB around 63,000, and then there's not a lot of stuff down here until you get to S3, which is kind of a rare event, but in the Bitcoin you never know. 63.10, and then finally that target wick down here. I should put a circle around it. I'll tell you what exactly that low of the overnight session was, 61,545. Also, should we get a breakdown, that'll be a good target as well. So that is late morning edge report. Appreciate everybody being here for NinjaTrader Live. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the awesome participation in the chat. And thanks for listening, man. It means a lot to me. You guys are the best, no question about it. Remember, 1:30 start with Shai, and Craig is going to have a special guest for the macro trade. Then we'll get into trading the close. So appreciate everybody. Relax. Have a nice, relaxing lunch, and we will see you this afternoon.